Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the 2023 annual seminar for the Inter-African Committee in Norway. This year, the theme is Trust Feminists. And I am Nene Bojang, one of the founding members of the Inter-African Committee with all of the amazing ladies that are in the organization.
My name is Binta Chan, and this is...
My name is Adama Kanyi, and I am also a member of the Iac Norway youth group.
Yes. Today we are going to be asking questions as the young generation, and we're going to be asking questions to the speakers.
Thank you, Binta. Thank you, Adama. Before the seminar starts, we will call on one of the elders, one of the people who were the first people to ever establish their mosque anyway, to establish Islam in Black Africa, Islam here. Maybe the Pakistan started it well before, but the first Black African mosques was set up by the Islamic Solidarity movement. They're always at each of our seminars, just because we always want to have a perspective of their views. Sometimes their views clash with our views, but we always discuss it respectfully. And they're always here to open up our seminars. So as usual, we'll call on to one of the leaders of the Islamic Solidarity movement, Uncle Seni Jammeh, to just come and open the session with prayers before we proceed.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I'm Seni Jammeh from Gambia. So Ndole Jama Onyilo. Enketa Gambia Jama Otijang. Jama follow. Yo alhamdulillah. So Bena menkela follow ka salato ta ka dua ka follow. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala sayyidina Muhammad sallam. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina wa nabiyina maulana Muhammadin sallim tasallim alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-Rahman Rahim Maliki Yawmiddin iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. الله لا إله إلا هو حي لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم منه ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده لا في دين يا الله بين يديه ما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما وسع كرسي السماوات والأرض ولا يؤوده حفظهما هو العلي العظيم. يا السلام عليكم بعدين Muslimol mumela be ani be nowe fana banko mumo be kontonna be banko men ka fo me nowe yo be ka fo fana la nyaton ko kontonna men ke tan defa wala bare ndiwti nene bojang banala ka fo be kontonna na la committee mumela be ani mo moronde niata abenyi organisation kono be kontonna be nowe banko fana be kontonna wol men mun jatiti be wol be kontonna in kontondo be asayare wala ka itandila ko ala ke bi in 2023 ala September karo 20 billion 30 till tan sabo so wolne nene bojang ala IC Norway la meeting bi Norway banko kanjang so mbena ngawol da eleten ka elani ala to senula fo ala sikafoni yirwa ka kafoni samba nyato kamol jarabi nyola ka nyokanu so nabe o nyama so oto nanama ko kurni ken tol misilmo lon ka duala foloke ninga duaka natana na dunna ko kurni to ala si barako dundije so be duala nene boje ya nala ka fo molu fo ala si ka fo samba nyato seru nga ka jannen ko alama ala ma be jarabi nyon lungola wala ka tanginanti ala ma be nyinna alama ala ma be jarabi nyon lungo fanala ni mbadi misilmo mo mela be anina banko membe sina ka menketa noweti be mumela fala simbeni yosi jari biñol lungu fanal so mbal be kon don mbal be ten dula mbal jeyla analla dindiwol men bal bulal be men fana training kan sa pour kol samba bari dol be keba yakan ni be keba le ka dindiwol fana nendile woyen kontane bake wolel fana bina na kafo nyintala na e continue yo na be o nyama be mol be ten dula be mol bi jeyla mo moron dimma be te jang alma jari biñol lungu fana ngama be jang alni ci la hormo sabol muslimi ya hormo na barko sabol so ñina mu tentu rotimbe men kela ñina mu jayi rotimbe men dila molla men ka ma be jang alon ko mol tarde ta do man bar mol be na kanne inshallah jama mol bina mal mamrambe kunna jan ni mol be na kan nyame ni fota jan jambe fala la baga inshallah alama ka fo yiru wala ala man saba hormona barko sabol alquran o ji kitabo sabol salim karim.
Thank you, Baraka Anyinyata. Thank you very much, Uncle Seni, for the prayers and the welcoming remarks, which was done in the local language of Mandinka. Okay, before we proceed, we want to welcome the Honorable Minister for Gender and Social Affairs, the Republic of the Gambia, Her Excellency Hamel, the Ambassador from the Republic of Tunisia, all protocols duly observed. That's the first thing I should have actually acknowledged before even saying a word. My apologies. And the Honorable Minister, today the function is going to be a hybrid function. We're going to have two speakers here who are going to be delivering their papers digitally. That is the Honorable Minister for Women's Affairs, the Republic of the Gambia, and Ms. Fatou Mata Danso, Dabo Danso, who will be also speaking from the Republic of Germany about cyberbullying, feminists and cyberbullying. So these are the two people that are going to be delivering their speeches digitally. And then we have Her Excellency, the Ambassador here, and we have also a very powerful feminist in the house with us, Benta Adiambo, the leader of the Pan-African Women's Association, a woman that many of us have over, I don't know how many years, known in the field, in the feminist field. So these are the major speakers we have here today. We are going to have a really interactive dialogue whereby I am going to be, I'm 52 years old, so I'm the old generation. And then we have the new generation of young people who have maybe the way I'm seeing things, they're seeing it differently. So we'll be asking questions the way we think to the speakers, basically. On that note, we want to first have Her Excellency, Honorable Minister for Women's Affairs, Honorable Fatou Kinte. Thank you. Yeah, Nene. No, you're supposed to sit in front. They have a chair. Yeah. Yes, okay, thank you. No. Binta.
Yes?
Whilst we wait for for the Honorable Minister to come, when you first hear like the word feminist, what do you think?
I think of someone that
Speak in the mic. Speak in the mic.
I think of someone that thinks that men and women should have the same rights. But I think the word feminist has been kind of misused in the younger generation, where a feminist is viewed as someone that hates all men and is all about women. But I think that a true feminist believes that men and women should have the same rights.
Okay. What about you, Adama? When you hear the word feminist, what comes to your mind?
I actually agree with Binta that feminists, the word feminist is often misused, but I also think about feminist as women empowerment. Yes.
Thank you. Lamin, how are we with the Honorable Minister? Is she ready? The idea why IAC Norway decided to come up with this topic, always we focus on other things, but we thought that it was very, very important this particular year to bring the focus to ourselves, because recent years, especially, there was a very, very important case that came into the Gambia. That was the Bob Keita case, whereby a young girl accused a very powerful, a very popular, a very handsome young man of being raped. That tore the Republic of the Gambia in two. And those of the feminists that were seriously concerned about the young girl that said that she was raped and became pregnant, we became vilified. We became the most hated people. Apparently, there were TikTok accounts created for us. There were social media sites. There were newspapers. There was everywhere pictures of myself everywhere. Insults. Ndejobate, the same thing. Mama Linger, the same thing. There's a whole group of us that were vilified in that period. I'm the sort of person, I'm a little bit, I wouldn't say I'm a narcissist, but I love to see my face. I used to post on Facebook, but after that episode, I became like paranoid. I sort of get so scared to even put a picture on Facebook or on social media because of the cyberbullying we received, because we were basically concerned about the girl that said that she was raped and became pregnant. So we were vilified not only by men, but our own fellow women who all said, oh, you're mothers. How can you want to lock up a man in prison, a handsome, successful, politically powerful man who has friends in every side of the corridors? Who are you people? So that sort of, since then, most people who know Nene and the way that she loves seeing herself on social media would know that it's hard for me to even put a picture out. It would take a couple of weeks. So I just felt at that point that it was very, very important to bring the focus back to myself and others like myself who are activists, who are trying to better the lives of young women, children, and their families, because that's what feminism is ultimately about, bettering the lives of humanity, everybody, in general. Nobody should be left behind. That's what feminism means for me. But that cyberbullying left me shocked. It left me paranoid. It left me with a lot of feelings. And I have not been the same since then. And the others maybe are stronger than me, but I felt that this year the focus should be on ourselves. Do you know what I mean? Our well-being. And that is why we call this event today, to try to see from the Republic of the Gambia, from the Honorable Minister, how there can be concrete support for feminists against all of these attacks that we're getting, how people should, Benta would talk about how people should support, what is feminism and why we should be seen as allies and not enemies, because we're not enemies of men. Do you know what I'm saying? We just feel that also we should not be left behind. And Fatoumata Danso, she created an organization against cyberbullying. Most of the bullying that was done to me, nobody would obviously come to my house and bully me or bully any of the other feminists online. but they did it online, so it was digital. So we have a lady called Fatuma Danso. She'll be delivering her speech this evening on cyberbullying against feminists. An important topic, another sensitive one that we'll also go into is the recent Islamic Council declaration that FGM, that 25 to 30 years of hard work went into it to ban FGM in the Republic of the Gambia. Recently, the Islamic Council have come up with a fatwa and another declaration that that law should be banned and FGM should now be allowed. So that's also another form of gender-based violence and the strong voice of patriarchy that is trying to undo almost 25 to 30 years of work in the Republic of the Gambia. So obviously, that's something of concern. So Benta would also, in trusting feminists as an allies, will look into that. We'll also have a very important man here, Babubakar Cisse. Babubakar Cisse was he's a professional actor from the Republic of the Gambia. And how he got involved with us was through an amazing young man called Yusufa Kamara. Yusufa introduced us to the group. They used the creative arts. The Honorable Minister is here. Is it working now, Lamin? Oh, thank you. Okay, Shunde is telling me to continue what I was saying, right? Yes, now we have Honorable Fatou Kinte, the Minister for Women and Gender Affairs, the Republic of the Gambia, and she'll be talking to us about how the government and politicians can put into effect concrete support to prevent attacks against feminists. Honorable Minister, welcome to the platform once again. We've had you every year for as long as I know, and your predecessors before you as well. So welcome again to IAC Norway's annual seminar, this year under the theme of Trust Feminists. Welcome. Whilst we go on, then I'll just continue introducing Babukar Cisse. Babukar Cisse, like I say, is a... Lamini, just signal to me when I should stop talking. Babukar Cisse is a professional actor from the Republic of the Gambia, and he was introduced to us by an amazing young man called Yusufa Kamara. And Yusufa said to us that, you know, sometimes you have to use the local people on the ground as well, because some of these attitudes is like from generations, and it's not easy just you women talking. But if you've got the support of men like Babubakar, who are religious, at the same time respected in the community, and their work in the creative arts, in using comedy to deliver important messages, try to work with him as well and see maybe you'll get the message across in the Republic of the Gambia, and that might be able to help with the attacks. And Babubakar, that's how I met him. And he's become more like a brother because he supports us on all levels. And he's gone through a lot of ridicule and stuff in the Republic of the Gambia because people think that he's foolish in following us. There's even a comment that one person put on his post. I'm so disappointed in you as a religious man following these foolish women. He's calling us foolish women. So you see what I'm trying to say. So the attacks come in all forms and sizes. So bless him. Babubakar has been working with IAC Norway for almost 2 years, just trying to change gender stereotypes in the Gambia, cooking, taking care of kids, childcare, anything that you can imagine, even going to the market. He's been doing it just to support and try to change ways and visions about things like that. So he came from the Republic of the Gambia, and he'll also be giving his perspective on the whole debate and his experiences with the work that he's done in the Republic of the Gambia. So we've got exciting people talking. What do you think, girls?
I think it's very important to hear the perspective of the people in maybe not as high positions, but are more influential online. And I think it's very important that we listen to them as the citizens of the Gambia, because all the decisions made in high positions at the end of the day affect them, rather than, the president or the ministers.
I am very excited to hear about all the different topics the different speakers are going to speak about. And I am very excited to hear some debate and different meanings today.
Yeah, and we want their views as well, don't we?
Yeah, we want the audience to raise a hand if you want to say something or give a meaning.
Yeah, we're going to have an interactive session. Lamin, how's it going? Okay. Who's the next speaker? Let me check. Maybe we'll move on to the next speaker first whilst we work on that. I think, Lamin, is it okay that we go with Her Excellency the Ambassador? No? Or? Okay. So how, do I call her by phone or what? You're talking to her, okay. There's some welcoming drinks for those people who have not had the drinks. I'd love to acknowledge, of course, the elders of the Inter-African Committee in Norway, IAC Norway, the mothers of the organization, the people who are the people behind the people. We have Kumba, we have Nyima Kamara, we have Mba Samatanding, we have Mba Nene as well. All of those, these are our elders. These are the people that support us. When the going gets tough, they're the ones that pick us up again. And of course, Uncle Saini, our father. I don't know why we're having problems with the sound, but yeah. Honorable Minister, you can talk, so we see whether we hear you now. We want to also acknowledge our founding member of the Musikambeng Kafo that became IAC Norway, the original founder and president of the organization, Fatu Damfa, Fatu Damfa. Okay, it seems as if it's the Honorable Minister's sound system that has a problem because the computer is not coming. I think I've seen that she's moved to a different location in the house. The sound is still not coming, so she's got somebody to come and help her. Yeah. See, now I'm sweating because so yeah, now I'm seriously sweating because it's not happening yet. Should we get Her Excellency? Yes. I think so that the program doesn't get so delayed. We can basically just stand up. Lami, do we have the Tunisian national anthem that we can play? Because I don't have the Tunisian flag. So, you know, and she can talk before Her Excellency comes. Yes, no further delays, okay. Yeah. We're going to have Her Excellency Ambassador Mrs. Amal Ben Yunus. She's head of the mission, the Tunisian embassy in Oslo, Norway. And she's basically... Ambassador, was that a Tunisian? What's that? He says, don't worry. Yeah, she's forgiving us for the breach of all of the protocols. So yeah. You are family, okay. So let's everybody just stand up and give Her Excellency Ambassador Mrs. Amal Aden Ben Yunus, head of the mission, the Tunisian embassy in Oslo, Norway. And she's basically going to just talk about how Tunisia, as a Muslim country, has been able to ban polygamy. Let everybody stand and we just...
Overwhelmed with your beauty, girls, I was not prepared for that. And your smartness and your commitment. I'm so inspired, delighted, and honored to be with you this evening. But I feel so bad to speak before the Madam Minister, so I hope she will forgive me. Yeah, but I will entertain you while she will be able to speak. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. And it's good to have here our young generation, our future. And I hope we can be an inspiration for you, girls, ladies. Dear Nana, Madam Minister, if she's listening to us, esteemed speakers, audience, going back in time, Tunisia, an African country that has been founded by women, starting with Queen Dido, who was a Phoenician princess, legendary founder and first queen of Carthage. According to legend, she would have burned herself to death so that she would not have to marry the sovereign of the land. Reviewing the history of Tunisia, we also notice the appearance of female warrior, Queen Kahina, who is a Berber queen that unified the Amazigh tribes in the 7th century and managed to rule North Africa for 5 years. The list of these powerful women is way too long, but each one of them is nowadays witness of her time and has contributed in her own way to the social, economic, but also political development in Tunisia. This African, Mediterranean, Muslim country has a history of progressive social policies, including those related to women's rights. Indeed, Tunisian scholars instigated considerable debate related to the role of women in society in 1930, controversial text which advocated the expansion of women's rights. However, the work was ultimately banned, and it was not until Tunisia gained independence that a return to this discourse on women's rights occurred. Promulgated in the aftermath of independence from France in 1956, the Code of Personal Status, or the family law, redefined relationships within the Tunisian family. The particular historical conditions during the emergence of the Tunisian state, as well as the reformist Tunisian heritage, help explain the revolutionary and reformist policy. This historic piece of legislation was part of a larger state-building program that aimed at developing a modern state, socially resilient, with educated and healthy youth and women. The father of the Tunisian nation, President Bourguiba, considered that polygamy was a form of violence against women, causing deep psychological trauma as well as economic and social damages to the whole nation. The new family law represented an aggressive top-down reform. The executive branch of government under President Bourguiba initiated it immediately after the achievement of national sovereignty and enforced a reformist interpretation of the Islamic tradition. Like other world religions, Islam offers many possible interpretations and systems of meaning. In Islamic texts, arguments exist both for and against legal innovation. Members of the 1956 government introduced the family law as a new phase in Islamic innovation, similar to earlier phases in the history of Islamic thought. Rejecting dogmatism, they emphasized instead the vitality of Islam and its adaptability to the modern world. Although Tunisia is often viewed as a secular country, Islam plays an important role both as the basis of the country's national identity and also as the source of legal thought and the legal framework. In fact, many experts consider the Tunisian school of Islam thought to be central to the liberal gender project in Tunisia. The legacy of former President Bourguiba is central to the development of a post-independent state in which women have revolutionary rights, such as the right to vote, obtain free abortions, to avoid polygamy and divorce. When women were politically active in the 1950s, some highly educated Tunisian female elite defended both nationalism and feminist cause centered on issues of women's empowerment and gender justice. The reforms were promoted by a nationalist agenda to build a new sovereign nation equipped with a modern state. In brief, the family law reformed marriage, divorce, custody, and to some extent, inheritance. On all of these dimensions, it expanded women's rights by eradicating some of the most patriarchal arrangements of the legislation previously in force. In one of the boldest moves in the Islamic world, especially in 1956, it abolished polygamy. It radically transformed divorce by eliminating the husband's right to repudiate his wife, unilateral divorce, and allowing women to file for it. It made divorce a matter for the courts. It also established the principle of alimony and increased women's rights to child custody. The best known aspect of the family law is the outright abolition of polygamy. Even though in Tunisia, as in most of the Islamic world, polygamy could only be practiced by men able to support 2 or more wives and their children, polygamy was nevertheless a constant threat for women. Tunisia is the only Islamic country to make a second marriage null and void, as well as to make any attempt to take a second wife or a mistress while already married punishable with a fine and imprisonment. Although regulations on divorce may appear at a first glance less dramatic than those on polygamy, they have far-reaching implications on gender roles and family dynamics. They contribute at least as much as a reform of polygamy to transforming the legal construction of the family. Although the Islamic law constitutes a common legal and ethical umbrella for the Islamic world as a whole. Different countries and regions historically developed their own interpretation and schools of law. It's worth noting that the ban of polygamy in Tunisia has not been without controversy. There have been debates and discussions within the country and the whole region about the compatibility of these reforms with Islamic principles and different interpretations of the Sharia law. However, the Tunisian decision makers and elite have maintained their commitment to these reforms as a matter of women's rights, social progress, and national identity. As we see today, the privileged and unique status of Tunisian women is mainly the work of an intellectual and political elite inspired by the ideas of the Enlightenment. It is certain, however, that Tunisian society bore within itself the seeds of female liberation for having accepted and implemented the profound social reform implied by the equality of men and women. Moreover, no regression has been made since the first promulgation of 1956. On the contrary, several stones have come in recent years to consolidate the foundation which devotes the centrality of the place of women in the work of national development. Thank you for your attention, and I really appreciate this opportunity to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you for your lovely speech. So the first question that we have is, do you think the ban had anything to do with the liberation from France? Why did it come right after?
Oh, there are many reasons, but first, it was very easy for a newly independent country to be ready for any kind of deep change. They first want to be more resilient, more powerful, with all citizens to be empowered, including women. And it was easier for any government to have a top-down, aggressive change. So they have easier acceptance of the people, of these profound reforms. But this does not mean that there were not resistance, because there were a lot of resistance, both from the regular citizens, but also from some scholars that they were, saying that it was against, this kind of law was against the Sharia law and it was violation. But Tunisian scholars were brave enough and smart enough to give all the arguments from the Quran and the Sunnah to justify and to explain this kind of move, because all women and men should be equal. And so they succeeded to overcome this first wave of resistance, and then generation after generation, when Tunisian women were empowered, it was easier for everybody to accept that, until the day now. Speaking in Tunisia about polygamy is this kind of rejection, natural rejection of this kind of social or family model. But it was not easy in the beginning.
So our generation, I have a question as well. Polygamy is very, very sensitive, because it's something that actually is in the Quran, that if you feel that you can take one, if that one is not enough, you can take two, you can even take 3, 4, as long as you know that you can treat them equally. But my issue, or my question to you is, how did you get the men? Because if I had a right, if I was a woman, I could have 4. Do you know what I mean? Why would I settle for 1? How did you get the men to be able to give up that fundamental right? Because it's a big thing. It's like I have 4 houses. I give all 4 away and just settle for the 1 when I can have all 4. And by nature, we hoard. We want more of whatever we want.
No. It's a really exciting discussion, and I will speak with you, very spontaneously. It's forget that I'm ambassador, so I will take you as a woman. So we succeeded, and I will give you the keys. Maybe you can do it yourself, in other contexts. We succeeded to convince men through different levels of arguments: religious arguments, social, and psychological arguments. First, religious. In religion, we based this reform through Quran and Sunnah, because God, He said, the Lord, that even if you try to be equal, you will never succeed to treat equally your wives. And if you can do so, you are wrong, and you will be punished. So every man should be afraid, I will not treat equally wives, I will go to hell, so better not to do it. This is first religious argument. And then economically, it was an issue, because you will have so many mouths to feed, and so many kids to raise, and so many wives to, they will ask for rights, different rights. You will be in trouble. Because this is what the first generation of Tunisian decision maker noticed, that you will have kids suffering from the lack of means. They will not be educated the proper way. At the opposite, if you are one family with one man and woman, father and mother, you will take care of your kids better, and the man can afford to raise this small family. But then psychologically, you can split your heart in so many pieces. So it's better, but some men can do, but yeah, it's another story. It's the exception. But the rule that you can be naturally giving all your affection, your attention to only one woman. But still, even in Norway or in other Western countries, there is a kind of hidden polygamy, because if you have a mistress, it's a kind of polygamy. It's so painful also for the wife. So better not to have this kind of double life. Yeah.
So basically the secret is to try to explain to men that you will suffer more in polygamy than without polygamy. So polygamy does not serve anybody, not the man and not the woman. Fine. That's good for me.
It's almost the same question, but how did all the Muslims react to this ban?
The Muslim leaders.
The Muslim leaders, yes. How did they react to this ban?
It's a kind of sensitive question, because it's different. Historically, it was not accepted by all the other Muslim countries, because they see that it's a kind of revolution we are and we are initiating, which is not true, because what is accepted in Tunisia should not be accepted in other countries. Each country has its own history, social reality, and national identity. So it's not exportable. What we succeeded to do, it's only successful because it is in Tunisia. But still, it was felt in the 50s and the 60s as a kind of revolution, and it was kind of rejection. But after that, many societies and many Muslim countries, they were trying to question themselves. And women there, they are trying to say, oh, what if we think about it? And actually many regulations trying to make it very, very hard to have a polygamy. Even if they are not, there is no real ban as we did in Tunisia, but it's really kind of impossible to fill the conditions of the polygamy. So it's a kind of, it's a model that is kind of inspiring so many other countries. And we are proud of that.
Congratulations on Tunisia on this, because like you said, I think even my husband having a girlfriend would kill me. And I've always I said to Shirufo once, if you hear my husband gets a second wife, just come to the garden and dig a hole and put me in it. Let's not discuss it. Because I am so jealous, so I couldn't cope with this for one day. So, but
He's so proud of you, he would never.
yeah, but I'm not married anyway, so. So that, yeah, that's exactly. But yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for taking up a very sensitive topic. It's not easy. People's rights are people's rights, especially if it's religion that's given it to them. It's always a sensitive topic for both sides. And I hope the fact that the Inter-African Committee in Norway, IAC, takes up this topic. This is not to victimize anybody on the platform. It's just for us to continue to always have an open dialogue about issues that affect our lives, not only in the diaspora, but back home on the continent as well. And on that note, we have Fatoumata Sane that will come and present something to Aissatou Sane that will come and present something to Her Excellency. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. Lamin, how are we with the Honorable Minister, or shall we move on to Benta? Okay. Benta Adiambo, soon. Let's try. Let's try the Honorable Minister first. Honorable Fatou Kinte. Lamin, you've got Her Excellency Mrs. Amel Ben Yunus on Honorable Kinte's name, yeah. Honorable Fatou Kinte, she should be talking about concrete political support and consistent political support for feminists against attacks. Honorable, can you hear me? Smile if you can hear me. I can't hear you. Oh, unfortunate. Lamin, Ndai, have you mute? On mute, yeah. Shirfo, ya tale. No, thank you. Honorable, I know you've tried. I know you've tried and you've come here. It's unfortunate we cannot hear you. We'll try again after Benta's speech one more time. If not, we forgive you. I know you have important things to do today. You can't sit here the whole day trying to second wife. Benta, why are you running? You're on stage now. Okay. Binta, what did you think about? Can you see any other Muslim country following the example of Tunisia anytime soon?
I hope so.
Yeah, we hope so, but can you see it happening soon?
I think so, yes. I think...
Which country would you think would be the first to ban polygamy after Tunisia, do you think?
I would say a Middle Eastern country, because there's so much focus on feminism in, for instance, Iran right now. So if a change comes, I think polygamy is going to be one of the topics that, the countries are going to change. So I think the Middle East is going to be where it starts, because Africa's always the last. Most African countries always come last. So I think if it's going to change, I think it's going to start in the Middle East.
Okay. We have somebody from Iran here, yeah? Okay. Benta Adiambo, audience, is going to do a presentation on Trust Feminists. It's going to be a PowerPoint presentation. And then she said she'd sit down. Okay. You are not on. You said I would. Okay. I say good evening, the Gambian community, Her Excellency. I say, let me first acknowledge the presence of the Ambassador, Her Excellency, Eunice, the Minister online, friends and partners. We have been friends of Bent and Power for many years. My name, as you see, is Benta Diambombwayo, the CEO of Power, who is also a champion of gender equality on social integration issues, and with a preference on the dilemma facing girls, women in our society. Once again, I appreciate the opportunity given to Power by Inter-African Committee to share the key concerns charting way forward. The focus of my presentation is trust feminists. You know, Nene gave me this topic. And you know, Nene is perfectionist. I've been not sleepless days trying to understand the feminism because this is not what we silently discussed in our community. So the focus of my presentation is trust feminists as key allies, not competitors anymore. That's Nene also mentioned that before. So I would wish all get to know what feminism is. This is just a polite remember, not a teacher to students approach. I just want us to know the meaning of feminism the way I learned it because Nene gave me that assignment. So I had to learn. I know I'm a feminist until I read this. Now I accept that I'm one of the feminists. Most Africans don't accept to be called feminine. What is it? I mean, you disappeared again. How do I go next? Is it blank? So why has it become blank? Okay, just a moment. No, that is the first one I wanted. You know, there was some explanations I wish, I don't know, maybe the change of, what is happening? Oh, yeah, but you have missed my, yeah. So feminism is a collection of movements and ideologies. That means establishing, defending political, socio-economic rights for women and women's suffrage. Women's suffrage means participation, allowed to participate in the political arena. So briefly, it calls for both men and women to push for a common goal, good over society. Yes, now this is the history of feminism. The Charles Fourier, 1837, is credited with having coined the word feminism. Dependence, historic moment, culture, country, causes, and goals. So, dependence, historically, women were subjected being in the hands of men. This calls for feminists to realize change desired. All my slides are empty, but I have them here, fortunately. Yes, so what are the next one? Do you think I can climb here, Nene? I can't. I can pick you. Shall I put you on my back? Hey! Yes. So then you can just read and not focus. What about the rest? Don't forget, just read what is here, and then he moves the slide. Yes. So the first wave of feminism, this was 19th century and 20th century. United Kingdom and USA. At the end of 15th century, there were signs of equal contract, marriage, parenting, poverty rights, political power, women's suffrage, women's reproductive
and economic rights. So, in God, is no, it's not there. That one. Let me just around here. So, in God, there is no race or gender. In Islam, in Christianity, I'm a Christian, most of you are Islamic. Equity, the term equity refers to fairness, justice, and is distinguished from equality. Whereas equality means providing the same to all. Equity means recognizing that we do not all start from one same place. Thus, we must acknowledge and make adjustments to imbalances. In the second wave of feminism, men and women created an enabling platform that has now seen women grow in both accessing higher learning, decision-making, participation in political spaces, including voting. This is a show of empowerment. Let me see. I'm sorry. So maybe I'll have to sit down because my slides are not reflecting that computer. And then that's why I need to sit down and read them. Is it okay to continue or just sit down? Because most of the slides are not showing. Okay. Because the slides are not seen. I don't know what happened. I'm just embarrassed now. Oh, yeah. This was the second one. I told the high school I left my correcting in the office. So I'm going to read the ones that I have not highlighted. I think so. Then I go to the last slide. I was going to briefly speak about feminism because it is a great learning to learn to become a feminist. It's not only women who that become feminists. Feminism is also a championing for ideology and collection of ideas. The second wave of feminism in 1960, during the second wave of feminism, a remarkable event in human history had happened. The end of the patriarchy. Suddenly, women became active in politics, demanding and won the rights to university education, to a career. That is Eastern Europe. This started in Europe. They won to career, to easy divorce. As I just mentioned, it was not easy for maybe all types of Christianity to divorce because we are tied by our faith. Suddenly, women began voting differently to men. I just wanted to highlight what we mean by feminism before they ask me such other questions. First wave of feminism, driven by combination of social and economic forces. The first organized feminist political activism involved campaign for vote and equality. We are now active, that's why we are sitting here. This, what they started in America and Europe, has now made Bent and Nene to sit in front and champion for our countries and for our women sitting here and others at large, the ones in the community, the voiceless, those who are not on power, because our community percentage we see we have changed. But the percentage that has changed is only in the government. In the government, I think Kenya is 40 million. The government, people in education, in other ministry, they are less than 1,000. So what about the rest? Not all men also feel that they are neglected. They also feel neglected because when you talk of inclusion, not all men are in higher positions, only very few, those who can grab because of our type of culture and how we believe. Third wave of feminism. The third wave of feminism is described as a sudden representation of women at all levels of government. Now you are waiting for Her Excellency. You see Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Tunisia. You see Nene Bujang. So that is the first wave now, the third wave. The third wave of feminism is described as a sudden representation of women at all levels of government. Third wave feminism deals with issues which appear to limit or oppress women. Now we can talk of our operation, which before this European came up with the feminism ideas and ideologies, it was not easy because sometimes we are covered by the Bible. Maybe the Bible, if it is right, or the other books are right, then why are we feeling oppressed? So it's our beliefs, because in our culture, there's no name of feminism. It is another category of beliefs or cultural beliefs, denominations that maybe are made us a prison of those beliefs. So gender-based violence has become a central issue for that feminist. Feminist theory aims to understand gender inequality and focuses on gender politics, power relations, while providing a critique of these social and political relations. Much of feminist theory also focuses on women's interests and rights. Feminist theory is the extension of feminism into theoretical or philosophical fields. It encompasses work of a variety of disciplines: anthropology, sociology, economics, and women's studies, literary criticism, art history, and philosophy. Feminist movement and ideologies, what we have talked, that it is the meaning of feminism. Many overlapping feminist movements and ideologies have developed over the years now, and that's why we are here. Liberation and conservatism focus on the environment. Liberal feminism, it seeks individualistic equality of men and women through political and legal reform without altering the structure of society. New forms of production allowed men to gain surplus, leading to wealth and power. That was before feminism. Monogamous marriage developed to allow men to pass on property. That's why the Tunisia has now said no to polygamy, because it only allowed men to in Kenya, but only maybe in Malawi, Mali, and Zambia, and Zimbabwe, Zanzibar, where women have right to property, but not in Kenya. In Kenya now, it started some years back. It was passed by the law. But before, the rights of everything is left to men, even though there are so many Kenyan lawyers or all these things. That is not easy. Sex operation is also a class of operation. So we have I mean, are you chasing me away? Okay, we have radical feminist beliefs are based on the idea that the main causes of women's oppression originates from social roles and institutional structures being constructed from male supremacy and patriarchy. Patriarchy is no longer there now in most of the countries, I think so. Yeah. Because women are now doing so much also to give back to the community. We have women lawyers, doctors, and that. So women have their rights now. They're fighting mostly to be supported. And most men also, not all men, many men are now supporting us in feminism. So that's why we are succeeded. Through participation in patriarchy, men learned how to hold other women being in contempt, to see them as non-human, and to control them within patriarchy. Men see and women learn what subordination looks like. Patriarchy creates guilty and repression, sadism and masochism, manipulation and deception, all of which drive men and women to other tyranny. I'm done. But now, Nene, you called me here, and I want to say yes, we should trust feminists as our allies by embracing equality and setting stage for trusting to feminists for inclusive societal development. Thank you for the invitation. I hope that next time I'll do better, because now you have given me, I'm going to do a PhD on this one to become a better champion. And just a second. And I was just realizing that Nene woke me up saying, Benta, you are a feminist. Because, you know, I've been working with the women organization. So I realized all women are regarded as feminists. Because when we have colleagues from Focus Women, They always have bangles things to say feminist. When I give people say, no, I'm not a feminist. No, I'm not a feminist. But being a feminist doesn't mean that you are disassociating from men. It is a collaboration between men and women for the better society development. So you're working me up because Power and the Intercom Committee, she was my partner. She was very good. We can move mountains when we work together. But still, I do appreciate the invitation and a stage to better myself. Thank you, Nene.
A great round of applause for Benta. Benta, thank you very much for your insightful presentation. Thank you for taking the time to be here with us and share our day. Feminism. I know before I spoke to you, you said you were not even a feminist. Do you know what I'm trying to say? I'm not a feminist. Do you know what I'm trying to say? When you've been working in the field for so long. And I said to you, you are. You just don't know it. But anyway, coming back more importantly to why do you think that men are so afraid of feminists?
I don't think men are afraid because the culture made them so, but not that afraid of that because they have beliefs in Christianity, in Islamic, and the cultural duties.
Do feminists hate men?
No. The intelligent feminists cannot hate men because without men, the society, we cannot change the society alone. We need men in our lives.
Why do you think there's such a misconception around being a feminist? Why do men think that a feminist is someone that hates all men?
Yeah. Maybe because they have not understood and read the meaning of feminism, because a collection of ideologies that can bring together, we stand and we stand, divided we fall. But I think the part that women play in the society, if they're given that role, because they were assigned women, and now women are also coming up and also as better people in the society and giving development and education. So I don't think they take it. Only those who have not heard about the meaning of feminism, if only they knew the meaning and why women are fighting to be part of the society, then they will do better. So we need just to educate them and also capacity build them in the meaning of feminism so they understand the idea, the theology, the idea behind the feminism, then they will be better.
So you as a feminist, what do you think about the topic FGM, female genital mutilation?
Yes, I'm a champion, just like Nene, on the FGM. FGM, you know, I'm a Kenyan, and my society, where my tribe, we have almost 47 tribes in Kenya. But one of them, one of the second largest tribes in Kenya, but we don't practice. So when I joined the Power, I used to go for Nene's talking about the Gambian. So I learned from the champions. And I realized I don't need to come from the people who are doing circumcision so that you defend the society. So I came up realizing who is going to shield the girl child if we don't speak out. You know, they are voiceless, their poverty is there. Those who are doing that, not all the categories are doing. Those who are doing FGM, maybe because they lack something and they don't have a voice to say no, because the child is very young. So I think FGM should not be part of our culture because we have now gone up to another step. It is something which is oppression upon our female people in our society.
Benta, I'm not sure whether you heard about the backlash against FGM, especially in the Gambia, whereby recently they have said that the ban against FGM should come back. What do you think that the feminists on the ground can do to combat this backlash?
Very sad. It's not the Gambia, and I heard the news, and this also, Kenya also passed the law, but there's also one of the doctors, a very learned woman doctor in Kenya, who was also taking the government to court to withdraw the law on FGM because they want to, I think the culture sometimes surpasses higher learning. I think now you are here, and many people, Shirifo, Maimuna, the Gambian community, the Mamos TV, you should collect the gender minister to voice the voiceless, because who are fighting for that? Why should you think they fight for oppression in the 21st century? I don't think that's a good idea. You just fight for us to maintain the law. It's very sad this happening in Gambia, and I think the whole world should now support Gambia, because if people are declaring the declarations of the FGM, and if you are stopping in how many countries are making laws, even in Norway, why should the Gambia reverse the constitution? That is very sad. But I think you don't give up. That's why you're here. That's why you have the platform to voice no. And demonstrations, the feminists, the women, the other men and women feminists should also demonstrate this and say no, it is done. We are not going back.
Thank you, Benta. Final question. Just final question. Should is feminism good for men or bad for men? Very short.
Feminism is good for men too. It's very good if the men understood what feminism is. It's just supporting each other and developing the community together. It has nothing with sex or gender or something. They think of gender, and it's not a gender issue. It is a collection of ideas. So it is good for both men and women. And I tell you, in a society, we have to work together. How can we succeed without our men? They have to also support women support them. So it's good for both women and men. We should educate them.
You heard, feminism is good for both men and for women, says Benta. Thank you, Benta. You are amazing. And I think Aissatou Sane is coming with a token from the Inter-African Committee to Benta Adiambo of Power. Thank you. Lamin, can we try the Honorable Minister one more time? If we can't get her, then I presume it will be a break. Huh? You want to talk to me?
Hello, Lamin. Hello, Lamin. Hello, Lamin. Hello, Shirifo. Hello, Lamin.
Oh my God, hi, we can hear you, Honorable Minister. We can hear you.
Wow.
I love you so much. You are the best.
Oh, I love all of you. I love all of you, and I miss all of you so dearly.
Yes. We have Her Excellency here, the Ambassador of Tunisia.
Okay.
She sends her regards.
Oh, extend my very warm regards to her, please.
You can go ahead, Honorable Minister. You can go ahead. You can just speak very briefly about how you can give consistent political support to feminists to stop attacks against them. And then we have two young feminists in the room, Binta Cham and Adama Kanyi, and of course myself, the old woman. Yes.
You are not old. You are still very young. You are not old. Good afternoon to all of you. I wish to extend my regards to all of you beautiful women of Iac Norway. I miss all of you. My regards to the men, your partners who are giving you support. To the government of Norway and all other partners giving you support. To the ambassador of Norway and to Benita who just finished speaking. And to our young advocates, the young girls who are coming up. Good afternoon or good evening in your area. Women form a little over half of the population of the world. And the Gambia is not left behind. In the Gambia, women form 52% of the population. They work from dawn to dusk, and their roles are classified under productive, reproductive, and community. Productive roles include the sale of goods and services, for example, petty trading and work that is remunerated. By that I mean work at the end of which you will pay a salary. Reproductive work is the bearing and rearing of children, caring and maintaining the household, and all who live within the household. Otherwise, this work is known as the unpaid care work. Community work. This all work that women do for the welfare and maintenance of the community, social services, community services. This is also part of the unpaid care work. Also recently, all of the work of women is manual. With the introduction of technology, this is gradually being reduced. Women are most of the time engaged in multitasking. They are the subsistence farmers, feeding the household and the communities, and yet the land that they farm on doesn't belong to them. It is not in their name. They have only user rights, but no ownership rights of land that they work on. It is a well-known fact that no household or society will triumph without the full participation of women. Yet many a time, women are subservient to men. They have no voice, no rights, and no power to shape their own lives. They are not consulted when family decisions are made. This is a world where women and girls are limited due to their gender. The society in which they live determines who they are, what they do, and how they do it. And they are forced to accept their place in society. It is only recent that in some countries, including the Gambia, that women are involved in the conceptualization, development, and implementation of community projects. And this is because development practitioners so insist. Even during this, they sometimes take a back stage. Even though this may sound unbelievable, however, it is a very sad reality for many women across the world, including the Gambia and also girls. Patriarchy is still entrenched into societies all over the world, including the Gambia. Women are the kingmakers. They are the heroes of the heroes. We all know that. The few that have happened to the leaders have been very successful. Examples are former presidents, prime ministers, CEOs, and heads of institutions. The same for the Gambia, the ministers, the directors, and the village alcalos have been leaders and they have succeeded. I tell women that for women, there's something like failure in their vocabulary. When they lead, they succeed. The feminist activists and movements emerged to address the many challenges that women face. These activists stood up to protect the rights and dignities of women and girls. The move started way back in the 1800s, and it is still very strong. Feminism is not only relevant, but essential in a modern world, and the Gambia is not left behind. Even though feminist movements are led by women, there were male feminists too, and there are still some male feminists today. Many countries have signed human rights and other international instruments to protect the rights of women and girls, the Gambia included. Thus, making a commitment to protect the rights of women and girls. Feminist activists to remind countries that these commitments must be translated into action. Feminist activists advocate for gender equality and the dismantling of patriarchal structures that oppress women. The movement has come a long way since its inception in the late 19th century, and its impact can be felt in all areas of society, from politics and the workplace to the media and popular culture. Feminism is important because it seeks to create a world where all genders have equal opportunities and access to resources, regardless of their biological sex. It aims to challenge and change societal norms and have kept women from achieving their full potential for centuries. Its aim is to change the status quo. Feminist activists strongly advocate for the advancement of the rights of women and girls. They fight for the rights of women, the education of girls, equal rights, employment of women, equal pay between men and women, the rights of women in decision making, women's rights to vote, and equality between men and women. They also fight for the rights of women to be voted for. They fight for the elimination of all forms of discrimination between women and men, from the economic, social, and economic spheres. They advocate for equal treatment of men and women, boys and girls. Their work is important to ensure that women's voices are heard and their rights are respected. Feminism holds the position that societies prioritize the male point of view and that women are treated unjustly in these societies. Efforts to change these include fighting against gender stereotypes and improving educational, professional, and international opportunities and outcomes for women. Feminist activists are working towards advancing women's rights. They advocate for gender equality and fight against gender-based discrimination and oppression. Feminist activists aim to address various issues such as equal pay, economic rights, violence against women, and gender stereotypes. They work to create a more inclusive society where women have equal opportunities and are treated with respect and dignity. Women should not only vote in elections, but they should be voted for to lead various positions in society. It is important to note that feminism is a broad movement with diverse perspectives, and different activists may focus on different aspects of women's rights. Some people may have different opinions about the effectiveness of feminism activism, but it is undeniable that feminism activists have played a significant role in raising awareness against gender inequality and pushing positive change. Feminism is a position that societies prioritize the male point of view that women are treated unjustly in these societies. Efforts to change this include fighting against gender stereotypes and improving educational, professional, and international opportunities and outcomes for women. Many people, including some women, have a negative perception of feminism due to the misunderstanding of the role of feminists. Some people see feminism as a war against patriarchy, culture, and religion. But this is not the case. Feminism should be perceived positively. It should be seen as a movement advocating for the improvement of the socio-economic status of women, improving in the welfare of households, communities, and by extension, nations. It should be seen as contributing towards the achievement of the development goals of our countries, the 2060 Agenda of the African Union, and goals of other development blocks, and the SDGs of 2030. This requires sensitization of entire communities, including women themselves and young people. When feminists gain the confidence of government, donors, traditional and religious leaders and communities, they will attract support from all, be social, financial, and political. They will be seen as partners in development. This way, they will be protected from extremists and fundamentalists. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Are you hearing me? Thank you very much.
Can you hear me, Honorable Minister?
Yes, I can hear you. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you loud and clear. Thank you very much for an insightful presentation.
Thank you very much, Nene, and thank you to all of you out there.
Okay, Honorable Minister, I just have a quick question for you.
Yes, go ahead.
The question is, most of the bullies that were bullying us feminists were coming from your IP address from your country, the Republic of the Gambia. They've bullied me so much that I colored my hair blonde and I cut it all off. What has your government, or what is your government doing to stop cyberbullying?
Okay, as we are speaking, work is being done on cyberbullying. You may be aware that we have recently established a Ministry of Technology and Communication. So we are working on cyberbullying because it's a concern to all of us. It's not only you who is being bullied, many other people are being bullied, and it is not right. So something is being done about it. Thank you very much, Nene. We are very concerned that some people like you are facing such a bully. As a government, we don't like it, and nobody else likes it. But as I have said, we are working on that because it's not right to be bullying people. Thank you.
Let me just check if the young ladies have a question.
Why do you think the women also took part in the bullying and not only the men?
Yes. Sorry, can you repeat that again?
She's Binta Cham. She's asking, why do you think that most of the bullies were women themselves bullying other women?
We as women should educate each other. We as women should be seen supporting each other. We as women should be seen siding each other. You see, look, the men have their boys' clubs. They support each other, come what may. So we as women should also be further enlightened and support each other. There's also the pull-her-down syndrome, pull-her-down syndrome, VAE syndrome, pull-her-down syndrome. Some women don't want to see you at the top. Whatever you do, it will try to bring you down by negative comments and negative attitudes. But I think we as women should sit down and look at ourselves.
Since the whole place is now frozen, we can, on that note, say thank you very much to the Honorable Minister for taking your time year in, year out to to come on this platform, both digitally. You've done it even in the days of COVID when it was difficult to get you here. So you've done it for us both digitally, physically. We are proud of you and proud of the work that you're doing. It's not an easy job that you have in a patriarchal society like the Gambia. We wish you the best of luck, especially with the recent debates around FGM, 20 to 35 years of work that's been done, wanting to be turned overnight by some people. So thank you very much once again, Honorable Minister, and we'll keep in touch. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Nene. And thank you to all of your colleagues and organizers. This is very highly appreciated. Thank you so much.
Tiger, there's lots of chairs at the back for all of these beautiful people that are coming in, so that everybody gets somewhere to sit. I think we have a... Okay, yes. We have an important presence here. Maimuna C has created an organization in the Gambia called She Rose. It's the first home for victims of gender-based violence. And there is a very important person or persons in our midst today. He's called Guy Felling. He's a very, very renowned artist in Norway here. And he is selling some amazing artistic creations whereby the proceeds of some of that will be going to support the work of She Rose in the Republic of the Gambia. And he's been working with, She Rose is working in collaboration with somebody that he's not new to the platform. We've seen him at the Gambia House platform because he's a businessman and a philanthropist. He's called Johannes Christian Tanby. He's also here, and they are selling some artwork that's going towards She Rose. So Guy and Johan, welcome to the Inter-African Committee. You guys can talk to them in the break and look at some of the amazing art that he's actually creating. And on that note, the first part of the program is over. After the program, we will have Nyancho. We'll also have a presentation from the amazing Babubakar Sise, all the way from the Gambia. And of course, Fatoumata Danso, the queen against cyberbullying. So we have an exciting second part. Now we will ask everybody to just stretch your legs, go down to the, is it the first floor? There's going to be brief snacks and refreshments down there. We take it really, really quickly, like 5-10 minutes, and come back so that Nyancho will perform briefly. We take the second part, and then from 7:30, 8:30, we have dinner, and then we have a whole performance, an amazing live performance with Nyancho for the rest of the evening. So everybody, please just go down, stretch your legs, and Tiger has something to say. Yes, Tiger says everybody follows him. Yes, just follow Tiger downstairs. Refreshments. Let's keep it to 10 minutes so that the quicker we are finished with the party, the sooner we can party. Come, girls, come. Let's brainstorm. Huh? maybe we should go with the ambassador and try to go and get some drinks with him. Benta, Benta, okay. Let's go and get some.
I will wait for the beginning of the second part. Who will speak the volume or because I should really do. Yeah, so I will maybe
No, you did well. What did you do?
But this what happened. I think.
Why you Benta? Let me just greet the elders. Assalamu alaikum. Ma Fati be nice. Binta yo ya ko doxale ni. Deme suute ji. Ni na munyan joba ma. Yela tawol tele bi. Yala be charge kan ko ya.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Uh-huh. 1, 2. Uh-huh. Yes, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Nyancho in the house. 1, 2. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Madungolo mobe dauda regal nga sama tolu bonde. Nkoy ko nga sama tolu bonde de. Yes, Nyancho. Rowling. You. You. Yeah. You. Yeah. Yo. 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 Yo.
It's Jill Life Music. Nyancho.
You understand? Because don't look at any mistake because no more man. But yes, anyone just naked information. So you don't know for sound to go and for go down there. No, because now sort of limbe from Niko ba computer because computer company be fenne ke kan so ninga connect so ni be download din kala ni da comment do ke ka loser
Nyanjo.
ya le même word ya la computer twice kodi former copy twice so ko nyina ko so na do wonde no come to benga wendi
Shy boy. Money. Shy boy. Money. Shy boy.
different number former copy kodi
It's July music.
Saluto e buntankara kulusa.
abe man pa na mbande Young 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I come to do look copy them. I'm going to ya kono do nyinga men delete after all so memman download ko wala yele sai what's up
Nyanjo.
It's J Life Music.
Thank you. Can everybody get seated, please, for the
It's
second
J-Life
segment? Hello? Camera, Lamin, can you use Nyancho? Can you use Nyancho? Assalamu alaikum, Usman. Remember, it's just one track.
Signal didn't Yeah, okay. So announcement I that. No, they tick them. Operator. Yes, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to taste a little bit of the Afro-Manding artist all the way from the Gambia. Nyancho in the house tonight. So please, ladies and gentlemen, give your hands applause. He's going to perform only one track for the sound. Nyancho, the one of the best Afro-Manding Mori artists in the Oslo, gonna give his best of dance tonight. Please tie your shoes, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be the best tonight. And remember, right after Nyancho, we're going to have Fatima Danso after that. At 7:30, it's going to have a live performance right here. So please be ready for that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please give one more time a big round of applause for Nyancho, one of the Afro big money artists in the house.
Yo, mobe uli lo ay, national anthem wata, Alnembara. Yo, Alnembara. Sound ola fanya domandewa. Ah.
It's chill life music.
Sound.
Nyancho. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. No. Gambia music tarigo. Jalala artist localo. Nido for jakalo. Samosang. Staluto. Nasalo siata nyina fele nata dimbakulo. Ninyuluta kana ko release solo tapanda ko. Fatu babulo ya listen to babulo. Tantango ya busako. Arabo ya kalo fai. Wallahi be chola ka busako. Kulambe ngodu nanga jenju baba. Jabu na mara kaduko ngamu tadami chosano bejele to sila ko dokata sate ko tola to. Babulo. Ulole. bakulo.
Wayo! Bulo Santa, Bulo Kondi on Santo. Aha! Aha!
Nyacho. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. No. Gambia music tarigo. Talala artist localo. Nyindo fojakalo. Sango sang. Staludo. Na stalo ziyata nyina mfele na limbakudo. Ninyuluta kanda ko release solo tabanda ko. Fatu babu lenye molisi tu babulo. Kantango ye busako. Arabo ye karo fai. Walai bechon la kabusako. Kulembe ko dunna ngaje nyumbaba. Jaduna mada kaduko ngamuta dami njosano beje. Sila kotoka tasate kotola to. Bakulo. Bulole. Bakulo, boy. Bakulo, boy. Bakulo, tanta wali pai bila kelen tete kuta ko bakulo, tanta wali pai. Nyakoro ni boka ko le kata kacholo na mali tike. Nyakaro boka dote khani kenya ponon sali tike. Tata kulo na kulo mbe moje be sama kulo de tolo boka puta ko nyina kulo de fani mam. Kora khali ya na kulo ko moje be. Mene nyare nyele kale dan liyo.
Aye Sinkole! Bulo Santo! Nam! Okay.
Mfatu babo listen to my bakulo. 1,000 rhythm tan killing different fulo. See you beta jola suruwa wonen fulo na jamemba tantamba. Mama kaya ko tayo. Bakulo. Boy. Bakulo. Boy. Bakulo, tanta wali pai bakulo.
Wayo! Musole!
Nambendo mefe dalolela.
Wayo!
Alnimbara memurna na 7:30 inshallah. Yawe. Saluto.
Oh, thank you. That was Nyancho. Thank you.
Yes. That was nice, Nyancho.
Binta. Binta Cham. Yeah. You guys have... It should be Fatmata Danso. Have you got her on the link? Binta, what do you think about Nyancho's performance?
I think it was very entertaining.
Adama?
He has very much energy and makes the whole room, screaming.
Yeah, I agree. Nyancho certainly warms everything up.
Yes.
has she logged in? Huh? She says she's logging in. Binta, talk about something whilst I try to get her under. I give it all to you girls. Huh? Fatu? Okay, don't tell it. Okay. Because dunia be tulobe la le silande. Dunia tulobe be lebe ikafome na hoitala. Dunia be so dunje be batukan. Okay then. Bye. Hi. Thank you. Our next speaker is called Fatmata Dabo Danso. Why Fatmata came on the IAC platform is not an accident. Because like I think I started the whole program for those of you who came a little bit late to explain the amount of cyber or gender-based violence in times of cyberbullying we received. Because it's not specifically that we were supporting what they call Sena Mumbai, because none of us, myself on day, or none of the other feminists, we don't even know who Sena Mumbai is. But the lady that we were concerned about was the lady, the little girl that was under the Sena Mumbai, who was living, Sena Mumbai's sister, was living under the custody of Bob Keita. And the little girl said she became pregnant because he raped her. So our voices as feminists, we were not supporting Sena Mumbai. We were concerned about the young child that got pregnant, I think underage. She was, I think, very, very young anyway. I can't remember the details because I forget. But that's the whole reason. So the reason why Fatmata Danso became important in the IAC or in the whole of the gender violence debate was because Fatmata Danso was the only person, or amongst the very few, who would actually come out and say, you guys have to listen to what the feminists are saying. It's not that, it's not necessarily Sena Mumbai. They're concerned about the victim, which is the little girl that got pregnant. So this is how, before that, she'd already created a platform against gender-based violence, cyberbullying, because what was rampant was that if you started dating a man and you send him by accident your nude pictures thinking that it is a private thing between you, the men, a lot of men were publishing those naked pictures of the girls if the relationship ended. So on the basis of that, she created a platform against cyberbullying. So Fatmata Danso, for me, is one of the most brave ladies, because I don't know how she does it. I stopped going so much on social media, but she hasn't stopped. Nothing stops her. So I think it's that courage, that admiration. She always tells me, I'm not a feminist, but I think the work she does is what feminists does, because she defends the voice of the voiceless. And she herself has been a serious victim of cyberbullying. Okay, so we will hear Fatmata from her. Assalamu alaikum, Fatmata. But even I just told her that she looked really beautiful. I can't recognize her. Fatmata is going to be delivering her paper in Mandinka, and I'm going to do my best to give it justice in English. Fatmata, welcome to IAC Norway. na 2023 seminar Trust Feminists. So nge invite janne pour ya fodorong do ko men ibe feminist all defend la nyadili against cyberbullying.
Okay.
Walam so dunia be tulobe la holobe fari mobe be telekal la moy and ibe banku jumale to teng. Fatu is based in Germany. So it is sila kumo for the rondente ajube from translate nola to the audience that are non Mandinka speaking. But you will talk in Mandinka.
Okay, yeah.
Go ahead. Miss
Okay,
Fatma to dance so everybody. Yeah, dati, huh? You have a beautiful smile. Go ahead.
Okay, salamu alaikum mbal be kontona altol me be siri nintembe dala program o nyin kono mbe audience kontona men be neto kono man to fadabo dan so mbe siri jaman banko kan bar gambia no le munti so speak my language. So I'm very, very sorry for that, because I never went in school. That's why. Okay. Then again, I can speak my language very well. Yeah. So nene mbela luntangol kontona meni bota Africa anal tol fangol me yalon ko altol evento nyaton koti anal la banku mulu fana. So ni age bi kontanta ba ke kamabe ni evento to obviously men kata wala minti ko to la banko mabe to nga understand mu feminist because ni age feminist solo gem wata jamala soto wat soto taja so lafta ka diamu domandi wo area la nal bella moylam so ni kewlu mba folale ko feminist amanke kuti me yalon ko kuja wolam amanke kuti me yalon ko ka fo ko ka boy molle kan kela to nyana kar feminist be janne pour ka mol protect ida itam
Fatmata malum fay kam moy ni di amuta domandi ibe chance dila nale nga explain domandi mandika counter because yalum fananta ha ko man bete ya ko do tale sila ha so ibe domandi ne fola doron den nga wo fo molye then you continue ni ajam fandi doron ta ko tatal
okay ka translate okay no problem nga ke wonya amaya
Fatmata wants to greet everybody on the platform. She just basically explained that she is in Germany. She will be delivering her speech, I think I said already, in Mandinka, because she lives in Germany and she unfortunately cannot speak English. She's greeting everybody here, the Norwegians, the organization, and the guests from the Republic of the Gambia. She's going to basically talk a little bit about feminism, and I think what she said, if I remember correctly, she says it's not understood in the Gambia. Yeah. Continue. Is it no Fatmata? Continue.
Yeah, so tol Gambia molta feminism gibe ka je komen ko do ko la me yalon ko do ku jawolem. So nene sta nene ba moy kane. Okay. So wole atin nata jam bi pour kaitan di mola feminism manke doku jawoti because doku jaman lebe caring dunia kono men yalon ko inata le pour ka harma di ngola nyanto protect
and give a different aspect that feminism is not negative, it's not negative work.
So ninata gibe nte tumome nambe kelo do kono nganda bulaje nene ka fonyele wato bela fatma tite mo feminist so tinka manke feminist ko nyeta ma understand bari mo feminist solet ba o ya taranta fana nga grupo dole
bondinu ma menkata cyber bullying pour na banko kan menkata gambiati.
When we got into that whole debate about that rape case, I used to tell her, Fatmata, you are a feminist. And she used to always say, no, I'm not a feminist, because she didn't quite get the perspectives at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah. So wakamala amba ngamera inataje komen ko nkalo nyame because nte fango keta victimolity ye ko kuje ni society kono nketa mole victimolity anyasi be nyama bromati nanga bolori na stanto mbedamento because na belief mente wala minti ko haramadi wala nyanto kale ando nga feel ko am nyom musol membe siring ye feminism nyimuta ibado ku kan ko ngamera ni be mo kilomoti even though
so she said basically that she's Fatu Afokodeke.
ndafa mbukete moy ni be diam kan so wala nan kata mota jandi be diam la ko tenke so kam men fo wala mi nyinti ko ndafa nga bullin jamale soto society bulo kono bari mbe do ko men na wo bullin ni matina ane harassment wo yen stop na belief ngina so nga feel ko men ko the same thing feminist ol fana ye wala jenku wala tina like safa nyame wala atina butu yagel ni te diamo ni stop de ma jaman kan chinan ko mola ya so wala atina believe to komen ko nis feminisol be mu kilin waleti mbebe do mira ya kilin be mbulo kon.
She's basically saying that she was also a victim of cyberbullying, but when it came to the work, she felt that even though she was a victim of cyberbullying, the bullying that the feminists were receiving, she felt that she had to, even though she's a victim herself, that she couldn't keep silent. She had to come together with them and add her voice to our collective struggle, basically. Yes.
So ngamela na mol nyanta ka understand ne ka gibe ka je komen ko feminism bang amanke kuja woti society kono amum kula te me yalon ko mbelori hanama di komen nga fo nyamen ko tenke ko to mbelori hanama di ngol la nyanto le da because ika je ko na mol buka understand amanin ku hapunta te society be kata kra kilngol la ka mo individual o mo kilngo ibe nyati ngala ka against ibuka nyinen ka atafana yala side of story for puru yala moy bari to kam men ke wala ngiti ko nganene le kanu o nga fa dabo le kanu ko ni fa dabo e ben fo lata wala so mota tala lori wo bulo ko nono.
Shilfo, do you want to help me with the translations into English? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Fatu, continue.
So ngame fo ya understand e get ya translate no le ya.
Nteme moije. Okay. Ikoye di amudoron dente na ni ban ni abe banga summarize. Nkungo e mentano ha.
Okay, con penon in paper la damen te sa penon e ni je wala. So sai beloren damen to wala minti ko amba sa men just sa start no damen to science wala minti ko comme society ni kadiamu men ni pour ka je comme ko to lapita men na wala minti ko harama dingola nyanto mune ba protect nola pour society se kalin to musol gibe ntol feminism musol bang men mo ke feminism ama feminism tiba dan kon na do kol simila taliban i kalin gibe ko manke society la enemy ti ntol fana do ko le wulindi wala tan kasin ka diamu pour moni sa understanding bulo fe ñimmañang ani ñine ñanta fana ñine ma hadama dingola ñantoti ñine ma ka hadama dingola ñantoti nin ko boyta ñanta ka handul tenne manjan na ka handul ten wala kan tol fana awuli ndin ka diam bara man ko mem mola ene militi society ñanta ka understand ntol fana la karola because amanjan man niyo soto amanjan buka kamfa bay ngalo ne ko mo jama bi jang alkanta gele nta o ka ya nta mo feminism menti o o nka fam kam fam kumandile ko I am the voice of the voiceless mol me yalon ko ko katare dala le bari buka senkano because mune kata ida ila malolam ida ila sila nyalem bang ida maybe ika gibele nin diamuta mo do se ma koy no anana te ma koy la wala akna dol bi ka sila ibuka diamu ila problemo katare bulo ko no ibuka lon ibe mune keno la ka finti society ka inaya ka cha so nta ka si wo mosti fa lega ka kelo ke la nyantola ka diamu so naɓe o ñama fana nimɓe wakke kan fana ka difficulty li genku wante gele men yalon ko even do e buka diyañe ban mo jamana ta je ko men ko nte onin kelo men tan tafon ka wuranna dendi ko kono nga feminism dendi ko landite nga badi wala protection dendi ko landite nga ñaati di ni mari e kelo ke and amanken sawote amanken diati ni diane sawolem nte futala wo tembe dalu bema ban doron ka sutiyandi ano ka faali ko men ko mol men be sidi ñim plateau to laftan nim ba kuma fola jang aliya understand no du alsena fa soto je kontol fana sena fa soto je ñame okay nte kam men fo mol yo wala minti ko i 40 man 40 ala yeso 5 common sense wala abe bulo kono kono mo se men keno la baluo kono isa wo keno la fana karambaliya ta tinne te wo keno la andin tolle dingol men wulu ni Europe kono ja nge protection o men soto ye freedom o men soto ye yanto men soto wala sinan ka diamu hani mol men be sidi na koma nka diamu la kola wala mbulandi ni because kudol be kering Africa adin kudol be kering Europe jang iman ke ku kilingoti Europe katama jamani Africa katama nyame man ke kilingoti so la fitalen tol fana ya itandi European la hanme man ke European la ko ntol be mo kilingoti as a easy African ol bulo kono as a easy European ol fana bulo kono nyame wala atinan ka fintin ka diamu society ne wala ana ma ka society ne moti barin ka fintin ka diamu la men ya lon ko tol te fintinola an ka diamu fana so Gambian ol be se understanding soto ko feminism wat soto ta jang Gambian ol laftaland la bulkilo wala because of ila own interest wala atine feminism mute ya gindi ya doyan di bake o banko kan and woman yan kela because niamo Europe feminism be dabe Europe la pol kono hala ma ke Europe tifa feminism ka jija fana jamale fana la so mol nyanta ka woto fana aerial nga understand bake fana ni la fitela banko eta nyato foye ku jamal bige ni won nata banko kan fal banku dingole si ale hakilo nyini ida nyimme nata ten abe munena fal society anabe munena tora la society ibe bad side gibe la gele ye area gibe me yalon ko amanke bad side area kono yo fana gibe ki konin tolbe anal tol men kan tol gibe ba la fitale ngade nyola ida feminism bang ida amanke feminism ti bar men se society protect as a society samanyato la fitale nale de nyola kawo fana ke
Fatmata, thank you so much. Abaraka bake ngela kumo moile. Mba traila domandin doronte ngafo angale kangoto. Ye kumo mem fo mo jamabe jang already kamandika kangole fo yabe fahamle. So mo dantan ne muluntangol titen sa summarize doron ndala miro to doron but maybe exactly yem fo tabe fo nola because important akumaya. She's basically concerned about human rights and as a human rights activist, Fatu has always seen herself as the voice of the voiceless. People who cannot defend themselves or talk about issues that are difficult for them, she normally tries to take it up on her platforms and discusses it. She also believes that because you're not educated, that should not stop you. Because every single human being, every single one of us has our 5 common senses. And with your 5 common senses, that gives you the ability to know what is wrong and what is right. So that should not stop you. Your lack of education should not stop you becoming a voice for the voiceless. So she believes in protecting those who are voiceless. She says that feminism is something that, with the discussions that we've had in the past, they've sort of belittled it. They've belittled feminists in the Gambia. There was that backlash that basically I explained. She thinks that as human beings, we should all come together, whether we're feminists, anti-feminists, pro-feminists, or whatever, and come together in supporting and protecting the fundamental human rights of everybody. I think that's what I got from what Fatu is saying. Fatu, I think, dude, ngame for yamira we summarize lebang. Summarize lebang.
Of course, obviously, yeah, certainly. Yeah, certainly. Ade. So nim setano le ya nene. Okay, so nim bota wo area mem faila. Oh my God, nka ekole malo munem. Yeah. Nimbota area la mbe nala menkata cyber bullying Karola because ngamera ma maitandala ko I am the founder of cyber bullying menkata ka musoni muso fanutale amancha komen ko bondo da male mu bullying ti bar kuja male bije me yalon ko mu bullying ta kuja male ya into la society bullying meta gela amanka bi kuti so mbe mune keno la pour kam fam protect ka gibe nyame mbe bullying ka gibe nyame mbe bullying ka nyame right now bullying ko be wara kane no society kono no society internet do na kono but need to start a care from protect or kind of society. So I'm coming along for I am outside the bullying a difficult mungul back because Jamal Pige canale camera for ni found of cyberbullying you cannot protect yourself. It's a thing mutale nyamo balito ka fa yi fango ko ka ando nyata ko men ko cyberbullying sa keno found atile but cyberbullying bi jam ka mo be protect man ka mo in ta ma di fana wo fana be na society la ko kono so on ka disappoint ba ke le ka je ko men ko donc di wol be ka to men na do ko men na pour ka je ko men ko tol sem fan sotono se bula no nyaabo mol kono min generation o me yalo ko ba kono amin generation o me mina but still now aka ke ko le ani ko le akoltile pour ngam fam futan dino nta dulal to because mo nekata ni bita kam dol bige be ngani ngol lake silo kan wato be dinkol sinkan silo kan fo sage nyame ye boyke itadule kana futama obviously tol baje kan ko se mewo membe futara tadula to am du mola di kawroten stop la mola ngani ngo fay na silo kan ten stop la so ngamera mo be nyanta ka understand ko tonya say bulli akon fanu tale bal area dol bige meni alon ko ngamira ko wollem area ti men wara tambulo kono like ke woni musobe nyobulo kono ye nyoni nin ka nyola natalo la ya kinyo men kata balakan sen natalo ti mamera non ko mo nyanta ko fintindile pour ka mari muta ka malunda ala ko pour ka ya expect ko sa mari tarano akonole because nyanta ka mello na society la mentality ni woy ku jamale affecten na banko kan mo be nyanta ka wolo so ne mbatu ngal ganjam be bi prince auto fana fono nkana ajam alo jam fandi
Abaraka Fatmata kumo kumayata bake ye kumo mem fanam for important alebake lamin ko media la side fatu ni be diamule be fango mute lale ntola side isaje ni diam te ekole fango kang malo fo ikam moyle basically what Fatu was talking about is the other aspect of her work which concerns cyberbullying. She says that cyberbullying is very common and a widely practiced thing right now. It's something that is very, very rampant in the society. But the one that she's very, very much concerned about is the one between men and women, whereby immediately you people fall out, we circulate the naked videos of each other. She fights against that a lot. Fatu, is that a sort of a good summary of what you said?
Okay, Nene had a one, yeah, yeah.
Fatu ye mole so de bemem fola bang o ilafta sila ning sunkutundingol ye answer question olla nye nyininka question olla.
Okay, no problem, no problem.
Lamin, can Fatu hear me? Fadanso, ikam moyle bang. So, ikam moyle bang.
Haden ke moyle bang.
Dabolam for dansolam.
Afulo be katade danso daw.
Mo jama ko ibe TikTok, iko nyininka. But nte kam fangole je wala kan jahala kamun kon kadia mum fangole. Lamin, can you put Fatu's picture so I can see Fatu? Fatu's picture so I can see Fatu. 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 Na TikTok, but iko ibe TikTok le. So dol ka follow ko fanan TikTok. Iko ika kelele against cyberbullying, but sometimes si kajele ko if anan kamo dolu bully yo je nyadile ite bo jabila nyadile. What I asked her, she's really famous on TikTok. I'm not on TikTok, so nobody needs to look for me on TikTok. I said to her that some people are saying that she is a queen against cyberbullying, but at the same time, some people accuse her of bullying others on the internet. So that's what she's asking. So Fatu, ikonye nka wala. Wala.
But nka men fo wala mintikom na society wala famo koleata. Because ngara pour moya mo bully wala mo ngintena alo ye moje free of charge among pamari to ba yene ye boyaka wala bulliti. Okay, barikana ke from protect o ye moje abe mo bully kan how long yene tonya fa mari ya fa ko ñu stop men ke kan amanyi nya nta mamero mu bully ti fana ba pare am quand même fo moli nte ninga mo soto nga ko ne ninga ko soto nga menke ko like something like those things I can for ni wala to nyati ka fo nyame the evidence was some man because nte alo ne nka dia kuo kuto o nga kuo ku nganda bula gedoro ngalo ne riso bi gere me ana nganda bula akuo kono amanke kuti me alo ko nga singa jumpi ni nene sonka o nga jumpi ni ende ye sonka amanke wo nyama fana ha.
Those allegations are wrong. She doesn't bully anybody. Cyberbullying is basically when nobody's done nothing to you, you get up and you start saying terrible things about that person for no reason at all. That's very different from what she feels she does, whereby she defends people issues that people who are saying things about her, and she's basically trying to correct them and say what's happening. Fatmata, do you think that is a correct, what I explained about your position?
Yeah, correct, yeah.
Fatmata Danso, Dabo Danso.
I can start in Mandinka.
Yeah.
Nse Gambiano nindi feminism nyadi. And how can we teach Gambians about feminism?
already ngalo nako kabo seru na kana nyina moja mama lo memo feminism moja mana na mo feminism seru kabo nyina na e ka feminism moile katon kabrim bulata sena bumbay an bob keta la situation no kono ngalo nako moja ma ge wotu mole tulo ya mo feminism so wokono la moja mal bige meni ko yalo feminism na lord labe damento bari be menkala wala minti ko ngalon ko abe difficult because gambia le banko me yalo gambia ko sama nangi pour ka molu makoy abe time o tala pour me mo jamal me ba accept la ane menu ta accept la ane kabri pula ta sena bu ay keta kelo kono ye feminism useless ka jet ko ko feminism is very bad thing so what la kamol bi nako feminism man ta puja woti anda man na janka mo kili na ko ta against anata le kantani te be protect ngame ba understand so be continue la ne kamol sensitize understand feminism
Baraka Fatu. Fatu is basically saying that because there's a lot of people use the Bob Cater rape case to do the whole fight against feminism and to give the misinterpretation of what feminism is. So the only way that, in response to Adama's question, is to basically sensitize till people get it. Binta, do you have a question before we thank Fatmata for her participation?
Do you think that the Gambians that are cyberbullying each other, does she believe that those are the Gambians that live in the Gambia or the Gambians outside of the Gambia that have more of a clue on social media?
Ako Fatmata. Ako menu ka cyberbullying ke be living Gambia banko le kono fo be bantale fo Gambian so le menu be banta.
Okay, nina ata saibo bul abaraka bake mendingo mbe nginen karola te abaraka nina ata jibe saibo bulinyim abe both side beleto bara ala sembo la wara ma babe abe west gande menkata Europe amantara Gambia kono ala sembo awara ma ba menu kanyo bulli awara ma babe Africa ti
her experience, the amount of cyberbullying is actually not from the African continent. It's more about Europeans who I think have access to the internet that are bullying more than the Gambians themselves, according to her. Tangamemfo Ngalong is representative, right, of Yememfo?
Yes, Nene.
Unless the audience, does anybody in the audience have a question for Fatmata Danso before we thank her for her amazing participation? Yeah? Benta, yes. Modole question or sort of audience so kono ikafai Benta Adiambo. She is the president of the Pan-African Women's Association. Go ahead, Benta.
Thank you, beautiful. I can see you. I'm curious because you presented in your language. Maybe I should ask you questions in my language.
Akabe batandila le bawe itela kumobe fo ila kangoto ate bota Kenya le so afana bata fo la kangola to.
Yeah, by the way, nobody can limit your power. There's nothing to do with what God has given you as wisdom, because education is extension of wisdom that comes from God. And if you just bury stupor, if you stand by it, there's nobody can limit your dispensation for girls and women in the diaspora. You are a beautiful girl, but I'm asking, what are your definitions of cyberbullying? Are you going to, is it through TikTok, vlogging, and what are the contents in that cyberbullying? What causes the cyberbullying? If as a professional, if you post only the professional issues on women and girls issues, how can that also still allow cyberbullying?
Benta, you can't be talking so much because then I can't translate. Okay. Fatu, ako, Ako nyatale and ibe do ko ke kan cyberbullying la karola. So silang alafta come like itaka what was that, how to define cyberbullying?
What a hard definition on cyberbullying. Is it through social media like vlogging or is it TikTok? What happened?
Ako ite amira ko cyberbullying ka ke mintole TikTok lem for minto ma fangolem cyberbullying yin ka ke aning ako fanang I meant for earlier kabring idea mo that yako i powerful tale I manyan na son na fenfe ye limit karangole mo karan baliale mo fenfe manyan ne limit la the sky is basically the karola maleka ofonya dile sango ni banko te mamala nyadi so ako fenkane limit dal but ite ajube ko bullying kake mintole
ngaji understand ne amba nina ata cyberbullying na TikTok wo kay mo jama comment maybe tola Gambia no la site la 2018 kana 2019 to 2020 dol fambe ya start 2021 ne pour kadung TikTok to so but then to start the media lo kono men kata Facebook ti ngajelo komen ko ida obviously even cyberbullying nung akakele bari mbuka muta serious thing to nung because mone kata mbenum political lel kono kata political ke kan son tol kaje komen ko nkanyo against because of political nkana kanyo personal attack kono so iba jelo ko cyberbullying in follow ta Facebook le before TikTok because TikTok sign na fango mo jama capacity woto yo nina ta gibe fana cyberbullying manke komen ka be TikTok le abe Facebook da maleto but and even to labang ko men kata Gambia ti cyberbullying bigele to ando ngaba I speak no ka foko Gambia because nta fono la Africa Bay because mantara Africa banko be to fana even though ngalo ne ko abe itata dunia da oda cyberbullying bigele to dunia be kono but then nte komen nte ka nka diamu Gambia la to ya la kono sa fono ko Gambia kono abigele wol me alon ko man tara internet o fango kono abegele so ibagela ko men ko jama to la bulli a costa kabona wole to la kono to la a certana internet o kono sa bota gentata TikTok na do nyola TikTok fanato ya do fana ka bondi fana a se kenole ni mo la fita but men kata wala to la society men kata Gambiati ni ye dislike ni ye fengo nyaton kaya ibukala fika bula ku noma woyen na society batan telefona amba ku jamal bigen ta parela ka wol fo because platform o ni man sama na wola na tambe na jon don ka pol advocate me alon ko la fita pour ka wolle summarize pour mol sa understand so cyberbullying manke TikTok damati abe Facebook le abe suolu kono abe bungolu kono abe sinyo yal kono yeah afaya baraka
Fatmata. Benta, basically what she's been saying is that cyberbullying in the Gambia context, which is the one that she has focused on, started sort of like in the political arena, but they didn't sort of see it as cyberbullying at that time because it was like political opponents, you know what I'm trying to say, saying things against each other. But it's widespread, it's in the homes, then it is spread to social media, TikTok, Facebook, and the likes.
Yeah, I just wanted her to realize that we are all here, different mothers, people who are not aware of cyberbullying. I'm aware, but I just wanted to let her know many people here are not aware, so they should have just explained in the beginning. Thank you.
Yeah. Ako abaraka bake ayela kumo moile ate o personally I learned cyberbullying obviously I exist a yemen for but I learned a model be mkono menu mem fangol malo muna mo cyberbullying ti wala na kay nyinin ka wala pour ya gena yemol gena fahamindi akumola dal ye gena understandi akumola so abafale abaraka baba bake on behalf of the Inter-African Committee in Norway and all of our partners, Menubejang, Mbafale Fatmata Dansto, Abaraka Taimota, Yenyim Kumobe, explain Ya Fahamandi, Molfana Yalo, Nebedoko, Kendo Menke Kang, na community kono, na society kono, dunia fango kono fang, because cyberbullying and mukubaleti signing. You can understand a serious telebaba bake aninga be duale nyato tala a kelo kono. Ikaje. So a baraka bakente personally lota yellow nyamenke ntolye kabribe feminisol kelekante nanate nyina la wala fo dunianing ikafanya di dunianing saunoni malo fao ikafanya di le fatu te nyina la nte personally abaraka.
Okay, nene abaraka ita fana mo kendo la muti because ntol meta ngendo kol kono janne man fan sute mol kono but obviously bien samanane yello di mol ben sute kan yello di nyate di nyala ngam fa explain mol ye ngai tan di mol la muna do ko ti fana inila sister mekata ma sister de al salo le modol ka ke nyama al yake wo nyama altan na do ko fintindila al sal singolo wa kam ko al ba fi lo ko ninga fintindi mol batel lon nan tolti ninga fintindi ino be mel sotolan tolto soto be mel lon nan tawlon la al sawo be keno bar al mawo be keno al be lorin janne kal bulo dun tol dindingol koto campus nyaato tentu ngal jayi fana anna la mol be anna la timo be mbal tentu la mbal jayi la fana mba folo komen ko ala mamma bera sanjaman jamawol ino anala lunta wol men bota na afrika fana ani do ku nyo to malbe audience ol men yalo ko be gibe lora facebook and other areas mbal be tentula anin dindi wol men yalo ko yini ka ro keje mbal be tentula mba fola le ko ale be bulo de mol abe kelale inshallah rabbi ala baraka bake fo wati do
Thank you, Abaraka. Thank you. Fatmata, oh, Atatale, Abaraka, thank you. That was Fatmata Danso. Round of applause. Wow, now another exciting part of the program. Wow. Pinka, Adam, are you guys ready?
Yes.
You know who's coming on stage now?
I think it's Nyancho, maybe.
No.
Oh, that's later.
Another exciting person. Our next speaker is Mr. Babukar Sise. Mr. Babukar Sise is a professional actor from Team Kitabo. Kitabo Fati, he's a genius in his own right. And Mr. Babukar Sise is the assistant CEO. So he's second to Kitabo Party. And we know that they're the most famous acting group in the Gambia that uses all forms of the creative arts to sensitize about important issues and gender-based violence, women's rights, feminism, fighting gender stereotypes is all part of that process. Mr. Babukar Sise has been working with us for 2 years, whether we know it or we don't. We've seen him on social media, even putting his baby on his back with the woman's wrapper, and going around in the community. People have mocked him as foolish. We've seen him in his white haftan cooking in the house. We've seen him go to the market. We've seen him do everything to show that men can be as active and caregivers and, helping in the home as everybody thinks. So he's basically coming to explain to us his experiences with that in the Gambian context. And I want you all to give him a warm round of applause. Let's all stand up and give him an applauding stand up. And let Babukar Sise come on the stage. Babukar, we're honored to have you here. We're so honored to have you here. Let me make your chair now.
Okay.
Thank you. You see who? Yeah, you can see who?
Yeah, good evening to everyone. Young ladies, hi, how are you? Okay. Nene, it's indeed a pleasure. I'm happy to be here. Um, I can say first, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Okay. First, I express my sincere appreciation to Inter-African Committee of Norway for extending its invitation to me and organizing this event. To my fellow advocates, combat gender stereotype, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am Boubacar Sise, an international actor, comedian in Team Kitabu from the Republic of the Gambia, West Africa. My topic title here today is how Muslim men can fight restrictive gender stereotype. My experience working with the Nene on Mamus Media Foundation in the Gambia, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow advocates. I am honored to stand, or rather to sit here before you today, this international forum, where we come together to address an issue of importance, the fight against gender stereotypes that have long held our societies hostage. Gender is not a prescription, but a description. It's not who we should be, it's who we are. I think we all agree that. Let's break free from the constraint of stereotypes and embrace the beautiful diversity of humanity. Today, I want to discuss a topic that is close to my heart. I have been working with Nene on Mamus Media Foundation in the Gambia. They empower you from the bedroom to boardroom, which I now understand that men and women can do things for each other to avoid load from one single person, like cooking, laundering, going to the market, taking care of kids, etc., which is the fundamental human right of everybody. First and foremost, let me emphasize that gender stereotypes affect all of us, regardless of our cultural or religious backgrounds. They limit our potential, restrict our choices, and perpetuate inequality. The main purpose of this conference is to raise awareness, discuss the impact of stereotypes, and proposing solutions. As Muslim men, we have a unique opportunity to challenge these stereotypes and pave the way for a more inclusive society that respects and values the contributions of all genders. Restrictive gender stereotypes, common examples of restrictive gender stereotypes for both men and women. Key strategies that Muslim men can employ to combat gender stereotypes. My experience working with Nene on Mamus Media Foundation in the Gambia, conclusion and the way forward. Distinguished guests, fellow advocates. First, let's look at the terminology restrictive gender stereotypes. Restrictive gender stereotypes are widely held, oversimplified beliefs or expectations about how individuals of different genders should behave, look, or perform in society. The stereotypes can be limiting and harmful as they often perpetuate inequality, discrimination, and gender-based biases. I think we all agree to that. Here are some common examples of restrictive gender stereotypes. One for women. Submissiveness. The expectation that women should be perceived, submissive, or differential. Emotional. The belief that women are more emotional and irrational than men. You come to caregiving role. The assumption that women are primarily responsible for caregiving and homemaking. Appearance-oriented. The pressure on women to perform to specific beauty standards and maintain a certain appearance. We come to number 2, men. That's for men, right? Dominance. The expectation that men should be dominant, aggressive, and in control. Emotionally tolerant. The idea that men should not display vulnerability or express emotions other than anger. provider role, the notion that men should be the primary breadwinners and financial providers, avoidance of feminine activities, the stigma associated with men engaging in activities traditionally considered feminine, such as caregiving or expressing creativity. I personally was affected with this notion. The advocacy and support I do on the rights of women and children, and I'm labeled as someone who is useless in my community. We must continue to center women and girls who are often the most marginalized. This is why Team Kitabo comedian, we always dare to advocate gender equality by making people understand men and women should join hand in glove to support each other to build up a better family. Through our movies or dramas, men and women should respect and value each other to be a better example for kids coming. Distinguished guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, fellow advocates, these stereotypes are problematic because they limit individual expressions, hinder personal and professional growth, and contribute to gender-based discrimination and inequality. They can also negatively impact mental health and well-being, pressuring individuals to conform to rigid gender norms. It's important to note that the restriction gender stereotypes are not reflective of the full diversity of gender identities and expressions. They perpetuate a binary view of gender, male and female, and gender individuals who may not fit into these stereotypes. Distinguished fellow advocates, ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, efforts to challenge and dismantle these stereotypes are essential for promoting gender equality and creating a more inclusive society where individuals are free to express their gender identity and pursue their goals without being confined by traditional expectations. Here are several key strategies that Muslim men can employ to combat gender stereotypes. One, educate ourselves. We must begin to educating ourselves about the true teachings of Islam regarding gender equality. Islam emphasizes the quality of all individuals in the eyes of God, regardless of gender. It is our duty to understand and embrace these teachings. Allah the Almighty respect all human beings despite their gender differences. Almighty Allah stated in the Holy Quran, وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي Adam, meaning I respect and value all human beings irrespective of their gender differences, culture and religious, etc. But did most of us respect or value each other? The answer is no. Model gender equality at home. In our own households, we can demonstrate the principles of gender equality by sharing responsibilities for childcare, house schools, and decision making with our partners. This sets a positive example for the next generation. Challenge stereotypes in our communities. We must, and women in our communities, support initiatives that provide equal educational opportunities and encourage girls to pursue fields traditionally dominated by men. Be allies and mentors. Stand and allies to our female colleagues, friends, and family members. Mentor and support young women in their careers and personal development. Most of these Sahabas met the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam sitting, but when he saw her daughter Fatima, a daughter that he loves so much, when he saw her daughter coming, when he saw his daughter coming, he stood up, embraced and gave his seat to her, meaning he is teaching us to respect women and girls. Engage in interfaith and cross-cultural dialogue, collaborate with individuals from diverse backgrounds to foster interfaith and cross-cultural dialogue on the gender equality. Share the common values that underline our commitment to gender justice. Lead by example. In the leadership roles within our communities, institutions, and workplaces, advocate for policies and practices that promote gender equalities, and so that diverse voices are heard and valued. Working with Nene on Mamus Media, I came to understand we should not specify leadership roles for men, but should also embrace women and give positive support to them in order to lead effectively. Media literacy. Develop media literacy skills to critically assess portrayals of Muslims and gender roles in the media. Advocate for fair and accurate representations of Muslim men and women. Support gender inclusive space. Encourage and participate in the creation of gender inclusive spaces and initiatives where individuals of all genders can thrive without fear of discrimination. Male action and allyship are essential if we are to advance gender equality. Celebrate achievements. I personally celebrate the achievements of Muslim women and men who challenge stereotypes and make positive contributions to society in the Gambia, work towards legal reforms, advocate for legal reforms that protect the rights of all individuals regardless of their gender identity within the framework of Islamic values. Distinguished fellow advocates, ladies and gentlemen, as an international actor, my work with Nena on Mamus Media has sent positive message to many followers of this media foundation and Team Kitabu Facebook and online YouTube channels. We use drama and comedy to convey the dangers of gender stereotypes and importance of gender equity among Muslim society, as over 94% of Gambian population are Muslims. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, fellow advocates, in conclusion, as Muslim men, we have a vital role to play the fight against gender stereotypes. Despite the challenges of increased global conflict, growing capabilities of artificial intelligence, and rising misogyny, we must continue to center women and girls who are often most marginalized. Therefore, our action can serve as a catalyst for change, and our commitment to equality is an embodiment of the true teachings of Islam. Let us stand together hand in hand with our sisters and allies to build a world where gender stereotypes are nothing but a relic of the past, and where the principles of justice and equality reign supreme. Finally, as we leave this forum to our individual's destination, let's therefore remember that the gender stereotypes that we are uphold today are the barriers that future generations will have to dismantle. Let's not burden them with our biases. It's time to be change we wish to see in the world. I would always like to thank my able boss, Mr. Kitabo Fati, CEO of Team Kitabo, the comedian, and the entire team for the support. I thank you all for your kind attention, and let us continue this journey toward a more inclusive and equitable world. Greetings and thanks to the Islamic Solidarity in Norway, Oslo here. A special greetings to the entire members of Inter-African Committee. Thank you for the hospitality. Till we meet again, I love you all.
Ah, you are the best. You are so amazing. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm shocked. I'm speechless. And Nene talks a lot. If I'm speechless, I'm speechless. Oh my God.
It was a very nice speech.
We're speechless, aren't we?
Yes.
Ah, you left us speechless. Yes. Congratulations. Babuba. You're saying important things about the role of Islam, the role of Muslim men in standing by feminists, in standing by the whole community, even those who are non-feminists, in making sure that women's rights, human rights, Because women's rights are human rights. That's what you're basically saying. Yeah. Binta, do you have anything to say? Do you have any questions?
I was wondering when you realized that women's rights or gender norms is something that is not right, because I know that it's something that is very normal to have female stereotypes and male stereotypes. When did you realize that that's not a good thing?
Can you come again?
How did you realize that?
Yes. Yeah.
How did you realize that gender norms is a bad thing?
I'm still getting you. Come to my level, okay?
How did you realize that gender stereotypes is a bad thing?
Yes. I realized that when I started work, go in the absence of each other. So we go together. And I am somebody who loves kids too. I like to be with kids all the time, and I don't want my wife to be there suffering or, facing difficulties. Moreover, outside, so, those are things that I feel that much, to help. And I feel like, women should be supported and girls, because they are the, future of tomorrow. Yes. Yes, you have something.
First of all, very good speech. How did you cope with all the criticism, and how did you tolerate the criticism that you got? The criticism that you got when you broke the gender rules, gender norms.
Okay, but the question is very, very important. Just like I said, when I looked at myself, I feel like, woman should be beside me. So without woman, I can say I'm incomplete. So that's the reason why, I always want to, be with them. And I love to be with them, and I always appreciate and accept all those things. Moreover, kids around us. So I think, it's very, very important. My advice here is to, enlighten, everybody should support women. And I want people to understand that supporting women, women and girls, doesn't mean that, you are a bad guy. Okay, people might say whatever they want to say, but in your own way, and I believe what I believe, so, and nobody can change what I believe. So it's fine with me, anyway. Thank you.
Babu, but you're very secure in your sexuality. Do you know what I mean? Can boys wear pink in Islam?
I don't get you.
Huh?
No, you can't raise the question. I will understand.
Okay, you're comfortable in your sexuality.
Yes.
That means that you know that you're a straight man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
You know. And if you were, for example, gay, you would know that you're gay.
Yeah.
But you're comfortable in your sexuality, right?
Yes.
So I'm just asking you, can men wear pink?
Yeah.
Islam.
In Islam. Okay. The idea here is you ask a very difficult question here.
Pink, just the color pink.
Yeah, but I'm. Yes, yes.
LGBTQ. I'm just asking
Okay.
the color pink.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
I get you now. I understand. For me, I see nothing wrong with that. Yeah, because a color is a color. So you don't have to, specify things like I've said in my speech that, we have to stop that. We don't have to specify things like, men should go at the chicken or women should go at the kitchen. We all share this, responsibilities, to be in the right track. Yeah, so in my own way, I think I feel like wearing any color I want.
Can men cry?
Can they?
Can men cry? Can a strong man be a man if he cries?
Yeah, of course. That one is normal. Yeah, we can. Yeah, but I mean, the case here is like, I mean, the moment we join hands, I mean, we do things together, I mean, nobody will, I mean, take that big load, I mean, we all understand, I mean, I feel like, I mean, things are normal anyway. Yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
Do you girls have anything you want to ask him? I think we sent to the audience now. I think we've asked a lot. You do now. They said dinner is not quite ready. So we open the floor and we go to Miss Fatmata. Mrs.
Why did it take you so long to realize that females have the same rights as men? Like, why did you need another female or somebody to tell you that? Like, you lived your whole life without knowing that females should have the same rights or your wife should have some help from there?
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, we are all human. I mean, we learn from, our Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I mean, they respect women and they value them. So why not us? So, I mean, and whenever I'm doing that, I'm big, more comfortable about it. So I don't have problem with that.
Why did it take you so long, she said? Why did it take a while before you realized that?
You said, how did it take so long?
Yeah, why did it take a long time before you realized that this is important?
Yeah. I realized it when I started working with Mamus Media. I mean, because then I don't know. I now realize that I was doing things that are very, very wrong before, but now I get to realize. I mean, with the help of Nene on Mamus Media Foundation. Yeah. Is that okay? You're still not satisfied? Okay.
Women were not equal. Is that something you were taught through your life? Were you taught that you are better than women and you should do things differently and they should do things differently? Is that something that you were regularly taught throughout your life? Like, was that something that was relevant? Like, I'm just wondering, like, why did you realize it when you start working with Nene and them and not before? Because you have women around you, you have a mom, you have a sister, you have, all these things. Why did it take so long for you to understand that my mom and my dad, they're actually equal, they can work together and do things together?
It's because, I mean, that's how the society goes. I mean, I understand that, I mean, it's not easy to understand all these things because I know, my problem here is, I mean, I know we have to, I mean, be sensitized. Then I don't know, to be frank enough. I've never had feminism well before being with Nene on Mamus Media. That's the reason. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
Thank you, brother, from Team Kitabu. He said your team is Kitabu. Kitabu means a book. I can now speak in Mandika.
Team Kitabu, yeah.
Kitabu means a book?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I can hear some of the words.
Yeah, Kitabu means a book,
like
yeah.
Dunia, Kitabu. So those are Swahili-related words.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're very powerful. And in relation to what she has just asked you, you see, learning, information is power. And
Yes.
learning doesn't matter which source of information, where the learning comes from. Whether it comes from men or it comes from a woman. But before you know, you can't act. Because you didn't know and learn from a source of a woman,
exactly.
It doesn't play any role because information is power.
Exactly.
So you are empowered by a woman or that. And also norms and values of society also tied you to the cultural norms. Before you were sensitized by that mom was through a woman.
Yeah, yes.
So information can be, even professors are women, professors are men. So I think that line of saying that you got it from a woman But a woman, that's why we women putting ourselves down. The women are also human beings who are also educated and learned. So when you get information for a woman, it's not radical. So you did well, at least wherever the information came from, it doesn't matter. But what you did with the information is very important. And I applaud you. You are living as a European in the Gambian community because you are acting like those who are in abroad. You can cook for women, for your wife. How many wives do you have? Sorry, sir. One.
Why do you ask that question?
Yeah.
I'm not ready to answer that question.
No, because a High Excellency was talking about polygamy. What do you think about polygamy? No, okay, I'll leave it.
I don't have any idea with that.
Okay.
I don't want to go beyond that.
I just want to support you on the question and also on color. Color is not changing a human being. Like a pink color, you see, what changes us is our soul, what we have inside. Whatever we eat, all we dress on, is not changing the perception of the soul that God has given you. So the pink color in Africa, in Kenya, they don't know the meaning. Men will also wear pink. But because in the European environment, the pink is meant for women. Yes, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Next.
Thank you. Correction.
Hawa. Okay, sorry. No, you can take Usman Sanya. No, but I can talk for Who is Usman Sanya?
Good evening to you all. Good evening to you all.
Good evening.
Well, as I'm sitting here, maybe I'm not asking a question, but I'm just adding and praising my brother for bringing this topic, talking on this topic about the women. Really, I'm talking on behalf of the Muslim men. It is written in the Quran. One whole surah is describing about women, how to respect women, what to do for women. Women are tiring, but they always jumped on that topic. For my brother bringing this one out, I think I'm asking another man in this room, on this floor, and also back home to join him and help us. I know we have our man there, Seni. He's a very good example in our Islamic solidarity mosques. He's really teaching the men, but sometimes they keep a blind eyes on him, not provoking him, but not to do what he is doing. But he is always on our side. So I'm thanking this speaker for giving the opportunity to another men in this room to hear our voices. Sometimes when you talk, they will say you are bossy.
What about Sierra Leone? How is it in Sierra Leone?
If
from Sierra Leone.
I'm saying it on behalf of Africa.
Yes.
All Africa are the same. Sierra Leone is not part of it. We are all in the same shoes. But I'm saying it as a woman and thanking my brother to be doing this one and teach another man to know what the women are going through. When you look in the Arab world, they cook for their wives. They do things for their wives. But when it comes to Africa, their comfort zone is to hold the remote and tune to all the football stations and look at all the channels. Really, sometimes it is heartbreaking. And when you talk, they will say you are bossy. When you talk, they say you are too naggy. When you put up your wings, they will say, oh, I think I have to look for another woman. So I thank the ICA for this nice conference and what they are giving us. I hope our men in this room will take this one into good faith and take it back home and to make sure that they treat us as queens, not slaves.
Hello, yes. Good evening. First and foremost, I have to thank the organizers for making this event possible. It's a very important event. I'm very pleased, you know. Words has been put into its perspective and it's been put in order. But feminism and activism have two things that we have to differentiate, because activism is something that is to help the state, the government, and to help the government, because the government need activism. You know, it is, and feminism is another thing. Feminism is something that is, you know, it's a doctrine that can that will make women's hard voice hard, you know. But to say that women's potential to be displayed, you know, to the social forum or to the media or to the nation at large, that has been going on ever since. So that it has no difference, because what I know is that, you know, where we come from, we have respect for our women, you know, and the women folk, you know, they respect us as well, you know. But as time goes by, you know, this feminism has taken a U-turn, you know, that bring a problem into our society. You know, that has been, you know, that has been, you know, instead, you know, we bring the feminism to its perspective. That is, you know, the woman to put, to display her potential as a woman, you know, the career she have, because women today, they are educated, you know, they are in influential positions, you know, and important positions. But, you know, the U-turn of that feminism that brings, you know, destruction to us is different, is another thing. Because women in influential positions, you know, with their busy schedules or without, or don't want to listen, you know, that bring another destruction to the families, you know, because that should be in a nation's level, you know, in a position wide, you know. But because of, you know, that is, you know, that the difference come there, this destruction happen to come into the family lives, you know. So these family lives, this, yeah, this family life, this is why it's money destruction, you know, that is families are falling apart, marriages and many other things. We have respect, due respect for our women, that is not today. Because without without woman, man is incomplete. So woman is to accomplish a man. We have that due respect for a woman ever since, from the onset. So there is nothing that can come, that U-turn is not from us, that come from beyond our borders. This is what brings the problems to us. That is what brings family destruction and many other things today. So, yes. So, yes, I know. Time, you know, you want me to, you want me.
I totally disagree with you, Usman.
Usman, for it to sit 4 hours, it man fen karanjambi. Nah. Usman, every year You come to the seminar and nothing is changing. How many years are we going to take before Usman becomes a feminist? 13 years. Usman is not changing. Usman, come. I'm worried. If you don't change, I don't know. 13 years. Usman, you come and take the mic, come here. Because I want everybody to know who Usman is. And why Usman does not change after 13 years and living in Norway. Huh?
What do you call change? Living in Norway doesn't mean I'm not my own self. Yeah, I'm myself, and I respect everybody. I respect women folk because I'm a father figure. I'm a father. I have a beautiful daughters who I love most. Yes, and my daughters, I admire for them to be in a very good marital status. You know? Yes, because feminism we looked into today, has took a U-turn. Because feminism that we know, or feminism what we have to talk about, that bring destruction. Because we now see a feminism into another angle. We see feminism in another angle. That is why, either we misunderstand it or we misuse the word feminism. That is why I'm not on the line of most of those of your doctrines. Yes. So this is what is Usman, But I love you. I love everybody else. I love my children. I love you all. Do you have a question for me? Yes.
Osman, you have beautiful daughters, isn't it? So what is your perception or conception of the feminism? How do you want it to look like? What role do you want women to play so that you find them better feminists?
Thank you. Feminism, when you say feminism means, it's a doctrine that is to teach or to accept women and the men in the same level. That has been going on in our families, our upbringings, well before, ever since. But now, feminism has come into another term that is destroying our families. And that is not from our upbringing. That is from beyond borders. That comes into us. That is why most people, maybe they don't understand what feminism is, or they misuse the word. Yeah, she asked me what is the what is my contention about feminism. Feminism, I know feminism is a good way, but feminism that I decline, that is the feminism that is not clear with our teachings. That is a woman and man have made to accomplish each other, but instead, it has come another way that is from the other people, that is coming from another teaching, the people who want to use that word feminism in another for the destruction of our society. So this is what the teaching I am not complying with.
Thank you very much, Usman. We are used to Usman. For those of you who've not heard Usman speak before, Usman has been given the platform last year, I think, every year. Yeah. You've been here for 50. I would just want you to stand by me, Usman. So I would first want to thank you, Babukar, for how do I call it? For the fatwa. What you said was actually a fatwa, I would call it. A very important message. And I think every man, when you go back to Gambia, please use your platform to educate, to sensitize people about what feminism is and gender roles. It's very important what you said, and we would want you to continue the good job that you are doing. I'm very proud of you. and hope you continue a good job. And we turn back to Usman. We thought that Babukar, I would want you to have very close contact with Usman. Because we are not saying that anything is wrong with Usman, but we feel that there need to be dialogue. And Usman, what the message that you are saying now, it is something that we would think that it's funny, but to me it's not. I think it's very serious, Usman, that year after year, you stand here and take what we say and twist it around.
That is my contention.
Yeah, but this is, when we come to talk about issues that are really serious issues, we would want people to be controversial. But sometimes it's like belittling, and I think it's a mockery for us to spend all this whole day here and our finances and inviting people, trying to sensitize, and you're still telling us that the feminist that has a backlash. Let me tell you what the backlash of feminism is. The backlash of feminism is all the women that do not want to talk because they've been stigmatized, they've been bullied, they've been ridiculed by men like you who take their messages and twist them around.
Wait. That is wrong. That is very wrong. Why you think everybody here should be compliant to what your teachings are? Why? Do you think you heard me? I'm telling you. Yeah, hear me good. Hear me good. Why do you think all this house here should be compliant to your teachings? No. Dialogue. This is what I'm saying. The dialogue, we have a different meaning and we have a different way forward. Everybody, you call people have their different meaning to say. What I have said here, that is what I stand for. Yes, I am trying to tell you that feminism is a good way because, women's voice have to be heard. Women are our partners. We cannot be complete without a woman. Woman come to this world as a man to accomplish each other in order to build family, in order to have family matters, But what I am trying to say right now here is that what your teachings are. I have a different issue with it. So this is what I'm trying to tell you, and I hope you have to appreciate my version. My version. Yes, that's right. That's why I'm very happy to be here, and I would like to be, I would like to thank you, for the meeting that you invite me, and I would like, I hope and pray to see you another time next year as well, in strength and in good and strength, in order to put our issues together and discuss. Thank you very much. Thank you for me. That's Usman.
All right. Okay, so I have one. All right. Okay, so I have one specific question, and this question is surprising. Please, can everyone keep quiet and we just try to address something? So this is actually a surprisingly fitting time to ask my question, although that I was planning to ask this earlier, because one thing is to talk about feminism to men, but
people like us, because I don't know much. I'm still learning, so I hope you understand that. So it's just 2 years, when I started working with Nene on Mammoth Media Foundation. So I think, I think this question is even bigger than me.
All right, no problem, no problem.
I hope you understand, right?
Of course.
Yeah, thank you.
We got to address it to the other women as well. Nene, if you could.
I think Usman is basically the work that you do as a youth ambassador. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Promoting the youths and getting them to understand about the issues of gender-based violence, FGM and all those things. Do you know what I'm trying to say? The work that Babuba does is another way, another form using the creative arts to do that. It's platforms like this, IAC Norway, year in, year out for the past how many years, how many millions have we invested in this forum to just try to get men as he for she activists, year in, year out, the youth groups. It's organizations like Shiro's in the Gambia, platforms like the Gambia House. Do you know what I'm trying to say? It's the work that we continuously do, year in, year out, whereby we invite not only Usman, but many others to come and listen, and hopefully one day somebody will get it. You know what I'm trying to say? And change. That it's continuous.
Yeah.
Something that people beliefs that are deep rooted and they sit. It's not easy to change overnight. We have platforms like Power, the Pan-African Women's Association. They do the same, and many other organizations that are doing. It's until we get that paradigm shift, till more people believe. Do you know, then there's a tipping point. So that takes time.
Exactly. It
Yeah.
does take a lot of time, but
Yeah.
it's just my point of view is that, or my worry is that you might invest a lot of time by talking about it, but unless these people are actually challenged in the way they're thinking, then I think it's going to be a lot harder to
But
change those people.
remember that, Usman, even the United Nations says we're 300 years away from getting gender equality. We need to speed it up. So that's why every forum is invited. And what we've realized, unfortunately, is we cannot do it without the support of men.
Great answer. Thank you.
Othman, thank you, youth. I think there's a misconception of feminism. The definition, you are very young, you can find it online. It is a collection of movements and ideologies. It's not meant that being a feminist, you are just a woman. Those who are involved in the work of that collection of movement and of ideologies, they come together to establish the best way of working forward. Yes, to defending on all platforms what can a man do best together with women, or what women can do together with men. So it's not a perception of being a woman feminist. That is a misconception. So if you go online and find the definition of feminism, you will not find that we are talking on women. It's a movement of ideologies. These ideologies must come from both women and men. So learn there, because you're a very bright youth, you'll find the definition and then you'll help us to census the men. Thank you.
Do we have any more comments, discussions in the audience? Yes, Mr. Cisse, you can. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Nene, my definition of feminism, I would say any injustice that is facing the women. As a man, if I feel that my sister is being treated unjustly, what can I do? Am I going to sit and keep quiet? So if I fight for my sister, I'm a feminist. Where I come from, Birmingham, it is the biggest city council in Europe, but it is bankrupt. Guess why? Birmingham City Council has been sued by the Feminist Association over equal pay. The biggest city council in Europe is gone bankrupt because of the equal pay that the ladies are fighting. If I believe in that, I call myself a feminist.
Yes!
It involves a lot, but I think the main challenge in Africa, it is the civic education. We need to educate our people. We need to teach our people what is feminism. It doesn't have to be only females. If you look at the teachings of Islam, like yesterday I mentioned here, many of you were around. Why are we going to the pilgrimage? It's because of a certain family that we are living there before. The woman that gave birth to the prophet was running to look for water to come and give to the baby. That's what we call Safwa and Marwa today. So we are going to make her running between Safwa and Marwa because of a lady who gave birth to Prophet Isa, who gave birth to all the prophets. They are ladies. But this is education, because even in Europe, I don't know about Norway, but even the election process in UK before, because I did life in UK, Nene, you know about it. When did women start participating in our election? So now if they are participating, and I'm a man, am I a feminist or not? Yes, I am.
Yes, thank you.
When did women started driving in public in Saudi Arabia? Are we not in support of that? If you call me a feminist, yes, I'm proud to call myself a feminist, if that calls me a feminist. In the Gambia, when you go to the offices, during the Jawara era, tell me how many governors have you seen, lady governors? You can count, you wouldn't even have up to 5 during the 30-year transition. Now we have them. If you are in support of that, are you not a feminist? So I think it's the education that is lacking. So you people have a great work. My brother, I'm going to encourage you when you go back, use your platform. Let's teach people about feminism. I don't want my daughter to be bullied when she goes to school. So if I am against the anti-bullying, especially on the female side, if you call me a feminist, yes, I'm proud to call myself a feminist too. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. Cisse from the UK, Birmingham, thank you for joining us today. Do we have any more? How long do we have till dinner, Shirufo? Huh? 43.
Okay, wait.
8 o'clock. It's 1:45. It's going to be dinner very, very soon. After dinner, everybody will be asked everybody to go down, enjoy their dinner, and then we will prepare here, remove all the chairs, because then it's a performance with Nyancho. But everybody should eat till they're really satisfied. There's going to be lots of amazing food downstairs. Then we dance until the morning hours, right? Get all of the excess energy out. Yes. Uncle Seni, can't follow the Nyancholam? Huh? Ha, beteata. Huh? APS, Usman, Mr. Sanyang. Mr. Sanyang, do you want to say something about APS? Yeah? You can say a little bit about APS while we wait to find out the dinner situation.
Nene, thank you very much. Yo, guy, ala baraka. Nene Kamara. Ye ko di jama ki APS. Ya mo ne ba. Don't defa ma ya lon ne. Yo, kai ala baraka ba ke Iac Norway ala baraka. Yo, ala baraka. Yalon Kamara kun ngolo, badi bu ngol ma machine fion lo. Yo, anyway, ala baraka ba ke coming anya APS ya nyami. Mobe yalon ne APS kaminge. Nka kodi kiyole ke Gambia and in Senegal. Kurang ni left ala fanang APS kakele and in mobile top up. Bari nka other service ol fanang gele mimboko holiday cars. Holiday cars bari bungolu e kala fele kuneo fandi kodola. Bar sa yo bodale no we mansa kunda ko na fura airport do. Alkana si andile so APS lemu dulati dami ya lonko. Bi ni ajibe militamu APST Gambian ol lemu. 100% Gambian owned company. Okay, we have employed over 22 people, 22 Gambians in the diaspora. That's including the UK, USA, Scandinavia, and the rest of Europe. APS, we are operating a pro bono service What I mean by pro bono, wala indiko free service. Nundo nali ak hiro kijang alka jolle jo about for about 10 krona or 20. I may be wrong. But saying ni sanji fulo kono APS buka mo charge fempendina ye kiroke. Adu la kodo be futa jela albe mutarlo ne mutarla customer service be ada bakele adu mbal tendula no wen kolu nyontalla. Mam problem so Scandinavia, especially Norway. Ale mol support minna wala dina bi fara wulda nan konna mole ko a Norway de jemu banku di mali le karu nara jenne sinya jama ba niya jen nara nan koten alla kiro alla demaro alla APS fasa ka fugo gammeno le tamu APS ti karum bi nalmam koro ki ndede do ko sodal so nabung dajola odon benen kamara na nyol kumandel ko yali makoy woto mbal be danila albadi wulu milialon ko ebe bank dolo kay ima APS long ali nga use kadum kodo ale fembe ndundi je abe murula sule kadum ga demaro kele bansa loptano do kada banjul loptano do maternity ward dinnu la alto nga demaro sifal begele kadum demaro to abol ka fina ko trust is built on experience iko kutam fanna badati je nde badi undunda toro ko le Gambia anita operation la mimbida dal si wuli talulu asemmedenna kafola odumon demang APS do ko start bar biringan APS nge kumandi CEO ko nyako afo moy ko ay tan dollar be ko rodila dal si wuli tan sabay akasabile yadi ya marila odo bi ndebe wona fola mole ba fola ko APS wala bede ada yo ma foko fanane Gambian dollar dol mam bede ya nte lola jambi nganyoti ya bari mbi mu Gambian ole bari budun ta simin fo wala ntel mu nyon downle na ya dun ntel kundo albal la mole nafala because company jamal bi jele milika kodi kiyoge bari ndelle mo 100% Gambian owned business femvem bije Gambian ole tam femvem bije yakije abe fundula Gambia le abalte le nafala adum bi diaspora nsafo ala baraka bake hana manke APS ñindi nul min bebe sirin jambi mbaden sise ko ndango min bijang nene kabara la almamo mba fola la baraka bake ni dara Gambia foy ko wallet service bi jele ya use ha adu nyanjo fanan ni ala sonda mbakile na brand ambassador dile inshallah no wen ko la nyanjo nene la nyanjo inshallah APS mbase mendu yarale aparaka.
Yes, thank you, APS. We want to inform every single person APS actually sponsored this program with 4,000 Norwegian kroners. Thank you. Let's clap for them. In about 5 minutes, we will ask the dignitaries and our elders to first, and our guests, Bababu, Shirfo Bababu didn't get his present, his flower. Ajita Junale. Ngalong konkole bala. Bababu labdi. Bababu yante buka fire. Babu karante ka file bababu. Bon malo ne konun dindingola mo wato. Bababu. 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 This is the beautiful Aisatu. Aisatu Jawara Lamba. Aisatu Jawara. Aisatu Jawara has a present for you, Bababu. And thank you. Thank you. Okay, our dignitaries and elders, in about 5 minutes, we'll ask you to go down first, yes. And then followed by the others. And then the rest of us, Mr. Kamara, is Kamara in the house? Yes, Kamara, you ought to come here and clear the whole hall with the chairs. We prepare for Nyancho whilst people are having dinner. Pinta, I'll tell you luntangol yetal ni Nyancho nyol kebal. Yeah. Hani I'll tell ni Nyancho nyol ye jiduma kebal alfal I'll tell follow yeta. Then the rest of the organization, Molbal follow la Naltol Tata Fal Sita. Albe Babuba Benta, you're supposed to join the dignitaries and the elders. Hanim because Messirang will be Sambala Dumala. Yes, Sirang Samba Jurumal. Ha then ibitawo room dollar because fonga jang clear pour nyancho yalo njabekala empty hole ole ni sira ul fana be nyanta tala duma ha ñu be nyanta clear ha isamba duma because ñul be bitala jambekala dongole ti dongo, so we are going to move all these chairs duma as well, so mo killing nyinin ka membe ma